Hello, if you're joining, I'm just gotta check a couple things first before we get started in earnest. Okay, so checking on my own computer to make sure I can hear and see myself okay. Let's see if that worked. Okay, it worked. So, with that, let's get started, shall we? I'm going to systematically improve the world, and I'm going to tell you how to do that, how I'm going to do that. And starting off by with today, I'm going to leave this camera running for a very good chunk of the day, and I'm going to um, tell you a lot about myself, a lot about my business, a lot about how I've learned the things that I have. But the bottom line is, over the last 5.5 years of my life, I've created a company, Helpful for Life, and the whole point of it is to teach people how to become better people and teach people to learn what is expected of them and how to set those expectations for other people and how um, well, let me start off with a disclaimer. uh, I'm definitely going to get emotional throughout the day, and in a lot of ways, what I'm doing today, uh, at least for now, I think I'm going to be considering what's called my magnum opus, which is a fancy way of saying great work. Uh, I remember that from back in school, learning about stems and stuff. But I'll talk about that on the show. Anyways, I'm also going to digress a lot and go on a bunch of tangents. And those are two fancy words for saying that. I'm going to go and talk about some topics that may seem unrelated, but there's at least something related between them. And that's part of what's really unique about what we have to offer and what I, Reed Garcia, have to offer for you guys. And so, just to give you a bit of a teaser for what I'm doing today, I'm on my phone right now recording. I have a microphone here. This is to get higher quality audio to be used in the future. Unfortunately, you guys are stuck with just good old phone microphone today for the stream purposes. So hopefully it sounds okay. I've got my computer here, and on that, it's also recording my screen, so you can see there's me and the screen, and will be throughout the day. I'll be using this little notebook here so you can see and follow along. The link is in the description. You can see even some things that I've already done earlier today, and you can see um, as the day unfolds what happens, and you can come back and look at it, and we're going to figure out some really cool ways to where you can click around and browse around yourself later on in the future, and also importantly, for you to be a part of this conversation. I think one of the most one of the biggest things that I've learned as I've been doing all of this is just how much each and every one of you knows and how much you've learned, and also how few people ask each other about those types of things. So anyways, I don't want to dive into it too much right now, because one of the things I know I need to do is, and this is going to sound really cheesy, and I know a lot of people roll their eyes at this. And in fact, if you're someone who rolls your eyes at what I'm about to say, we're going to have a video and probably a series of videos directed directly at you. So make sure, if you roll your eyes as after I say this, go and find those links. Those videos aren't made yet, but that's part of what we're going to do today. Is as I'm talking, I'm going to be saying lots and lots of ideas, and I'm going to be sharing these ideas on that notebook that I told you guys about and that I linked below in the description. And you're going to get to watch as each of those ideas turns into something greater than itself. And some of those ideas may turn into something later today. Some of those ideas maybe next week. Some of them, it may not be for years. And it's important to note that some of those ideas may not even be done by me. So all that being said, one other note I want to make real quick is I will not be paying that much attention to the chat today. Please put all your comments, questions, everything else below. But really, today is about me kind of dumping everything that I can and teaching you guys as much as I can in a day, while also taking care of a few things that I need to take care of, like doing the dishes. And naturally, I've got plenty to teach you around mundane things like that, because what is life but a bunch of mundane things like that combined with work and many others. So back to the thing that's going to make you roll your eyes. So I'm going to go do a 9-minute meditation. So fortunately, I actually have worked with someone named Megan Pokart, and we recorded a couple of meditations together. And we aimed to make these extremely high quality recordings. And admittedly, it was our first time recording in this space, first time recording with Megan. But I was very pleased with the results. Of course, as any producer creator will tell you, there's always things that could be better, but I was very happy with the result. So that being said, we're going to do a 9-minute meditation, and I'm going to do it, and you're welcome to do it along if you'd like. You can search 9-minute meditation to ground, clear, and restore energy. That's on the Helpful for Life YouTube channel. So some of you may be watching on YouTube, others of you may be watching on other platforms. But and in case you're curious where all we're streaming today, I'm on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and using something called Restream. For any of you guys who do this for a living or whatnot, that is the software that lets me be able to stream to all of these platforms at once. And so the fun thing about what I'm going to be doing is it's going to be a mix of personal, it's going to be a mix of business stuff, it's going to be a mix of sex, drugs, finances, relationships, because that's the thing about life. It involves all of those things. So I'll be teaching you about all of those and bringing in lots of people to help teach those things for you. And one other kind of housekeeping note, I'm gonna, in general, both today and as a company, our content rating is about PG-13. So I try to keep it somewhat clean, but also a lot of things that we talk about, just like life, require a PG-13 rating. And also for the purposes of comedy and entertainment, I think it's just easier and more fun to be entertaining at a PG-13 level. So for certain topics and certain things that may be more sensitive or whatnot, I'll try and do my best to let you guys know. But it's also possible I may drop a couple F-bombs or something like that throughout the day. I'm not someone who cusses a lot, and so I want you to know that when I am doing it, I'm doing it very intentionally. because I want you to feel that reaction. And I want those words to mean more, because I'm a very intentional and thoughtful person. Um, and of course, that being said, in case you didn't already guess, this entire thing is live streamed. And that means I'm making all of this stuff up off the top of my head. Of course, a lot of the things that I'm talking about are things that I've been thinking about for a really long time. Some things I have notes on, some things I have additional information on. But anyways, and yes, so if you're going to sit here and expect for this to be deeply engaging for the entire time and me trying to keep your attention for the entire time, know that's not the vibe that I'm going for here. My goal here is to, one, you could have this on in the background as you're going throughout your day. You could listen to this later. And of course, one of the cool things we're going to do is we're going to take this long, probably could be as this video, and we're going to chop it up into smaller pieces that are easier for people to digest and easier to share and easier to gain popularity, and things like that. So that you'll get to see and learn a little bit about that, if not today, at least in the coming days and weeks, as we share more about what we do and how our business works. So anyways, that's enough talking for now. So we're going to go, let me adjust this camera a little bit more, and then we'll get into the meditation. Okay. Helpful for life.
Hey, welcome. This is a 9-minute ground, clear, and restore meditation. This can be used daily, day or night. Morning is great too. And the purpose of this meditation is just to ground or calm the energy and to clear any negativity, any unwanted thought patterns or energies that are in your field, and then to restore the energy. So to bring in some nice, good, calming energy. So let's get started. You're going to find a comfortable seat. I'm sitting on the floor, but you can certainly be in a chair. You can sit against the wall if you need a little back support. You can do this meditation at your desk as well. So we're going to start with hands in Buddha Mudra. A mudra is just a hand position, and this one is very calming. So take your right hand, place it resting in your left hand, both palms facing up, thumb tips touch, and take the hands just gently down into the lap. Just relax. Relax the body, relax the shoulders. So you're sitting up nice and tall, but you're also very relaxed. Good. You can close down the eyes if you'd like, or you can take a light eye gaze downwards, whatever feels most comfortable. And here we're just going to start going into the breath. So just inhale deeply, in and out through the nose. And during this segment of the meditation, we're just bringing breath in nice and deep. So allow the belly to completely relax. You're bringing breath into the belly, so the belly might fill first, and then breath comes up into the rib cage. Maybe the rib cage expands a little bit, and then a light rise at the upper chest on the top of that inhale. And then as you exhale, just relax everything, let it all go. So this is called long, deep breathing or 3-part breath. Belly, ribcage, chest, but all in one fluid motion. And here we're looking to ground the energy. So it's just grounding, it's just calming. We're just coming into the present moment, really coming into your body. You can use the visualization of roots of a tree growing downward into the earth from your body. Really feel the parts of the body that are touching the earth beneath you. And let this just be a totally relaxing practice, focusing on your breath when the mind starts to wander. Relaxing the muscles of the face and the jaw. Relaxing the neck. Sit to meditate, that's totally cool. Just allow them to come and go and just bring focus and awareness back on the breath. You can start to practice a little Ujjayi breath, which is ocean sounding breath. It's when you continue breathing in and out through the nose, but you create a little closing at the back of the throat, just a tiny bit, like you're fogging a mirror, but with your mouth closed. So it creates that beautiful ocean sounding breath. Next, we're going to move to a different hand position, a different mudra. We're going to take a mudra called Seipana Mudra, where you interlace all of your fingers, except for the index fingers, which are together at the tips, and there's a bit of space between the palms. Again, the hands just rest down gently in the lap, shoulders and arms completely relaxed. And as you can see, the index fingers are pointing downwards. This is a mudra of release. So you can keep your eyes closed down and start to inhale through the nose deeply, just like we did at the beginning. And this time you're going to exhale out the mouth, maybe through slightly parted lips. So Seipana Mudra and this type of breath practice helps us release and let go. So here we're clearing anything out that we need to clear out. Anything that might be on your mind, and you don't even have to think about what it is, just set the intention to clear anything that no longer serves you. Maybe imagine that it's just floating down the body, out of the mudra, and into the earth. The earth just takes the energy and transmutes it. So stay with Seipana Mudra, stay inhaling deeply through the nose, exhale out the mouth. And again, if thoughts arise, just bring the awareness back to the breath. Inhale, collecting anything that you don't need. On the exhale, releasing it, letting it go. This next breath, taking the hands to the lap somewhere, wherever it's comfortable, with the palms facing upwards. We're going to change our breath too here. We're going to inhale through like a big straw, an O-shaped mouth. And we're going to exhale out through the nose. So for this segment of the meditation, we're really taking in prana. Prana is life force energy that rides the breath. So as you inhale through that O-shaped mouth, imagine that you're just pulling energy in, pulling in lots of fresh, new, vibrant energy. And as you exhale through the nose, imagine that you're containing this energy, so storing it. And with the palms facing up, imagine that golden light is streaming in through the hands, streaming in through the crown of the head. So we've cleared anything that we don't need. And for this segment of the meditation, we're really pulling in healing energy. Imagine that this golden light is coming down through the crown, in through the palms of the hands. Maybe it meets at the heart and just spreads through the whole body. Healing, cleansing, restoring. Breath practice, we're bringing in lots of fresh oxygen, which is so good for you, so good for the lungs, so good for every single cell in the body. Last minute of this meditation, I want you to think of something that you need to bring in for your day. It could be peace, joy, patience, love, abundance, whatever it is. Bring it in on the breath. And contain it on that exhale. So we're just imagining and feeling whatever you're bringing in is completely inside of you, creating this state of being inside of you, allowing it with each breath to just flood your being and even infiltrate the whole area around your body as well. So taking in whatever it is that you need. One last breath, just like this, in through that O-shaped mouth, bringing in the prana, bringing in the life force energy. Exhaling out through the nose. Bringing the hands to the heart center. Maybe bowing your chin just a little bit. Gratitude for your practice today. Thank you so much for joining me.
One of the things that I've got into my life that's made a huge difference within the last few years is meditation, mindfulness, and yoga. And one of the people that I've learned that from has been Megan Pokart right here. And I'm so excited to announce that we're partnering together. We've actually already made 2 cool new things. So why don't you tell them what we made? Yeah, so we have a meditation that can be used. It's a 9-minute meditation, so it's perfect for a daily practice. And it's to ground, clear, and restore your energy. So basically it's just very calming, but it's also very much about bringing in some good energy for your day. And then we also did the gong meditation. So there's a 10-minute purely gong meditation for your enjoyment as well. Join us, check out those other videos, and really look forward to it.
All right, Mason score.
All right. If you're just joining us, first off, thank you. I appreciate it, whether you're here live or you're here sometime in the future. I really appreciate it. So I want to make sure to so yes, hi Sam McGonner. I see your comment on Twitch about turn on some auto rotation and flipping my phone sideways. And 2/3 of my screen is black when I film vertically. I really appreciate you pointing that out. I am aware of that, actually. But for today, I've decided to make the intentional choice to record vertically because I'm the only person here right now. And for what I'm going to be doing and how I'm going to be filming it, it makes more sense to be vertical. And so, yes, I know it's not going to be as pretty or as good for some people, but so yes, so appreciate the heads up on that. All right, so for those of you who are just joining us, there is a link in the description of the stream. and it goes to this. It goes to a notebook, and you can actually see as I am typing in this notebook. And so for right now, I'm going to put a timestamp and say done meditating. Now I'm talking. And if you go to the link, you can see that this notebook is going to update over time. And of course, that's going to happen today as I'm typing in it, but it's also going to happen going forward into the future. And this is a software called Roam Research, which I'll tell you much, much more about later. And just to give a little quick plug for it, this software has completely changed my life. It's completely changed the way that I think, and probably the way that I feel, the way that I process information, the way that I learn, the way that I share information, the way that I teach, the way that I see the world. Now, the software itself isn't going to do that all by itself, right? But it's a wonderful tool, just like any other tool. And if you use the tool in a way that's right for you, it can have really profound impacts. And I'm definitely not the only person to think that. So we'll hear more about Roam Research later. But it's a core part of me and my company and how I look to grow this business and how I'm looking to change the world. So if you happen to read the description, I think I said something about that. And yeah, so let me scope this back in for a second, and let me tell you again what we're doing here today. So, all right. And I wanted to use that meditation to help me get in the right spot to be able to now start this video. So I'm going to be doing this weird thing throughout the day where even though this is a live video, it's going to be running continuously. I'm going to be recording smaller videos within it. And so you get to see a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what it is like for someone who creates videos and how they think and how they work. And I'm a little different than the vast majority of creators. And the way I think about things and the way I look at creation and business is, I think, very unique. And I've tried to optimize it a lot, try to use a lot of automations, and even the way that I record things and do things is very intentional. And it's by no means a perfect system, and it's one that's always growing and improving, especially for the record, Helpful for Life, even though it's existed for 5.5 years. It was me for the most part. I was the only full-time employee until February of last year. And that's when I made my first hire, who's my best friend. His name's Kenny Hudman. And Kenny H. Crap. Sorry, Kenny. Secret's out. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and put this disclaimer in there. Like, as I'm talking, as I'm saying things, both today and going forward, and in the past even, I'm doing a lot of things right now in my head. I'm thinking about what I'm going to say, thinking about what I'm going to do, thinking about how it's going to be received, and thinking about how I could market it, thinking about how I could cut it into smaller pieces so I can get it into small enough pieces where people will actually look at it and share it instead of just watching a video for a second and then clicking off and going on to the next thing. So as I do this, I know there are people in my life who may not agree with some of the details that I'm going to share, and know that for the most part, everything I say is very intentional and calculated. But as you guys just saw a couple seconds ago, there are going to be times where I accidentally say something that maybe I didn't intend to, or maybe it was one of those things that was right on that line of like, is it really that big of a deal that he says that? And so if you know me and I'm in your life, please take everything that I say with some grace and support, and know that I love you and I care for you and I want the best for you. And nothing I say or do is intended to be malicious to anyone, whether that's somebody I know or not. a company I know or not. I think that's one of the big problems with society, is that we have all of these messed up ideas about how you should talk to people and how you should give people feedback and how you can affect change. And I think there's been way too much of a negative stint attached to that. And of course, we'll dive into that a lot more another day, or maybe later today. But to keep things moving for now, let's bring it back to what I'll have as the hook for this video, which is also kind of the hook for my company and the movement that I'm trying to start. So another thing I may do throughout the day, since this is live, and the live is meant to just be one part of the way this is consumed, because again, I recognize that a lot of people aren't going to sit down and watch this entire thing. So I may end up saying and trying to do multiple attempts at a video. And if you're here listening live, you can just kind of either ignore it, you can try and pay attention to see what I tweak and how I do it, and recognize that, you're seeing a little bit of the behind the scenes, or hate it. You do you, but that's what I'm going to do. So I also want to let you guys know that I didn't really think it through until this morning when I started to go live from my phone, that I would, instead of just be looking at a picture of myself, which, for those of you who have done Zoom meetings, knows, well, pro tip for you. If you're in Zoom meetings or any type of video meeting, first thing you do, get your video set up to where you're going to be in frame and you can move around a decent bit, and then turn off that self view. It's not natural for you to stare at a mirror for as long as it is, much less through all these various phases. I know when I was in the business world, like, I don't want to necessarily, when I'm sitting around a conference room table, I don't want to be staring at a mirror of myself as my face is reacting and as I'm thinking, as I'm doing things or daydreaming or whatnot. So it's weird to look at myself. So I just want to make sure that you guys know I'm sitting here looking at a phone of myself. And on top of that, I'm looking at a runtime clock in the time. And so that's filtering through, okay, am I going at a good pace? Do I need to speed up? Do I need to slow down? I also see the number of viewers, which frankly I'm trying to ignore. I also see a red dot if some comments happen. So again, please comment, ask questions, do all that stuff below, but recognize that I may not be responding to that right away, but also recognize that this video and these notes aren't going anywhere. So if you have something that you'd like to add, if you have something that you would like to contribute, I'd really appreciate you talking to me, because that's been one of the hardest things about this business is I've been doing it for 5.5 years, but we don't have an audience. And part of that is very, very much largely because of my lack of focus. That's really the main thing. So it's lack of focus, because I'm trying to do so many things at once, and therefore not doing any one thing particularly amazing. And it's also from a lack of some marketing skills. And so I have enrolled in a business coaching program, and I've taken a bunch of workshops and boot camps on marketing, which I'll tell you guys all about here a little bit later. And just a little teaser for you guys, it's part of the Ask Business Coaching program. So I'll write that down in my notebook so you guys can see that, and it'll link to more content as I talk about that more. So I want to point out a couple other tools that I'm using today. I'm shooting this video on an iPhone 13 Pro Max. In case you guys are curious, I'm shooting with the front camera. And on my computer over here, this is one of those beefy MacBook Pros. That's the M1 Max. And it's one of the most expensive things I've ever bought. It's like $3,500 or $4,000 or something stupid like that, which was a very hard thing to do, but also easy to do because I do a lot of video and multicam, and I'd run into issues with all that. Anyways, I'm digressing. So if we want to talk more about gear some other day, we can do that. Tech gear choices. So let's bring it back in and let's go back to that hook. You know, like I said, I'm already getting distracted with tangents. So part of the problem with having all of these thoughts is and not plotting things out in advance of the shoot is trying to figure out what to go on and what to focus on. But for now, let's try this. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to basically film a hook for a video. So this is the first 5 to 30 seconds of a video, which there are similar things in stories or articles. And it's essentially, you know, you have the headline or the title, which is catch your attention, get people to click on the thing. And then you have that first 5 to 30 seconds to grab someone's attention. And unfortunately, one of the side effects of where we're at right now is it's not as much 30 seconds. It's a lot closer to 1 second. You know, with our swiping culture, it's like, all right, does that interest me or not? And then I swipe away. So anyways, here's a hook for this video and kind of the company and the movement I'm trying to create. Shout out to Marquez Brownlee. I'm going to use the little trick he uses sometime where he just goes and sits in his chair to grab your eye and attention. So I'm going to very systematically and intentionally change the world. And over the last 5.5 years, I've been paying a lot of really close attention. Yeah, see, that was not very good. Yeah, so before I do another take of that hook, I want to show you guys this guy. We call him Mike because he's got 2 microphones, and these things are literally shaped like ears. They're like silicone material. You can see them kind of bend. And if I'm talking in the left ear, I'm talking in the right ear, you can hear all of that. It's as if you're here with me. So this is a tool that I use because I want to make very immersive content. And we'll put a link up once we publish it. But the first time I used a binaural microphone, this is what this is called, binaural. Bi, like bicycle, to aural, it's like ears. So binaural microphones. So I have 2 kinds. I have one that literally sits inside my ears, and then I have the one with the silicone ears like this. So I like to record with these because I think it creates a very different and unique experience. And so I look to create a lot of unique experiences for you guys. And so I am recording with this the entire day. Like I said, Mike. And we're going to figure out some way to have this included as well. So you can experience what this is like, hear the things that we're doing, and know that it sounds very different from just a regular microphone on the phone or a shotgun microphone, if that means anything to you. But essentially, one thing I like to encourage people to do with binaural audio is put the earbuds in and close your eyes and just try and imagine yourself in the environment. And you'll be surprised all the things that you pick up when you close your eyes. And in case you're not familiar with the concept of when you lose one of your senses, you therefore heighten all of your other senses because you're paying more attention to it. So a great movie that shows this is I Am Legend, I think. Yeah. Now I'm gonna look, but it's the guy. Let's see. No, not I Am Legend. What's the other one? Oh gosh, is it Denzel Washington? The Book of Eli. So I'm not going to say more than that because I'm not sure if it's a spoiler or not. But check out the Book of Eli if you want to learn about the limitation of senses. So, anyways, Mike, was moving in. Okay, now it's second time for this hook. I'm going to systematically improve the world, and I believe I have all of the tools to do so, and that I am the right person for the job. I'm sure you're thinking a lot of things right now. Who the hell is this guy? What are the tools he's talking about? And why and how is he going to actually do this, right? So we're going to talk about all three of those things. So now let me write those things down so I make sure we talk about them. So again, if you're just joining us, make sure to click the link in the description to get to the notes, either now or later in the future. And if you're there right now, you'll see that I just wrote down the fact that we did this hook recording and three of the main questions that I'm going to answer today. And of course, naturally, like, my hook isn't the best in the entire world, right? But that's what I'm going to go with for now, because one of the big things that I've realized as I've been doing all this is I need to focus a lot more on just getting things out there and saying things and telling people my thoughts, and then and less on restricting myself and editing and self-censoring. And that's actually a trend I think a lot of us could benefit from. Stop self-censoring what you are going to say or what you are going to do because you're worried about what other people will think. And that's something that I've known logically for an extremely long time. But it didn't really click for me until this year, which came from the result of a lot of very difficult things in my life and a lot of reflection and thinking and therapy and yeah, lots and lots of conversation with friends and colleagues and people in group therapy and things like that. So, anyways, so got the hook recorded. So we're gonna get into more of that, but before we get into more of the whole world-changing thing, I'm gonna do some cleaning in my kitchen, and I'm gonna do a mix. And of the cleaning is gonna be a mix of me talking and teaching you guys, because we actually have an entire course called Kickstart Your Kitchen, and it's about not just cooking, right? So cooking is just one part of eating and cooking, right? The kitchen is so much more than that. It starts with the idea and the plan, and how do you make it healthy, and how do you meal plan? How do you go to the grocery store? How do you budget? How do you plate a meal? How do you make it improve the entire dining experience instead of just the food, right? How do you start to branch out into other types of food? How do you accommodate nutritional issues, dietary restrictions, and how do you host a party? There's literally so much. How do you clean up? How do you store things? How do you organize your fridge and your freezer and your pantry? There's tons and tons. So you can go to kickstartyourkitchen.com if you want to learn more. But that's the online online kitchen course that we have, where you can level up your cooking game in as little as a weekend. And admittedly, I think there are a couple things wrong with the website right now. Unfortunately, the host that I'm using, Teachable, had made some changes that affected how things appeared on the website, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. So if you're seeing this live today on January, whatever it is, hey, hold on a second.
Today is Tuesday, January 10th. By the way, you can also ask me, what happened today in history?
Okay, so January 10th, 2022, 23, New Year. So welcome to the new year. All right, so I'm going to do some teaching as I'm doing the cleaning. I'm going to tell you how I approach cleaning a kitchen and tell you a little bit about dishes and things like that. But then also we're going to just have some time where I'm just cleaning. And that's one of the things about cleaning, is half the battle is how you view it. A lot of people view cleaning as if this is work and this daunting task that you have to do. And it, unfortunately, whether or not you realize it, how clean or dirty, how tidy or organized your space is, it affects you. It affects your brain. It affects your feelings. It affects your brain, mood, and feelings of everyone who comes into your space. That's something that I've learned a lot more over the last few years, is just how important design is, and how much how a space feels and how a space is designed affects you and your psyche. Because if there's one thing that I've learned as I've done all of this journey of my own entrepreneurial journey, which includes, by the way, going live, hosting a live morning talk show, video talk show that's done over 100 episodes. That was started because I was editing myself too much and I wasn't publishing. And so I needed an outlet to start just talking and letting things get out there into the ether and letting them be worked on afterwards, and being okay with that. So anyways, without further ado, oh yeah, more ado, classic read. The whole point was, with cleaning, it's about your mindset. With so many things that you have to do, it's all about your mindset. And if you have a negative mindset towards something, you don't want to do the thing, you think someone else is making you do the thing or something like that, like the way you feel about it and the way you think about it completely changes, completely shifts. And sometimes to the point of breaking. And so if there's one thing that you gather from today, I hope that you recognize that mindset is extremely important. In case you're just joining us, you might not have known that I started out with meditation, and even before I started pressing recording, I've been preparing for this mentally for a long time, and I even started out at the beginning of the recording just doing a little bit of breath work. So we can talk some more about breath work another time too. But now, no more ado, let's get to cleaning the kitchen. Okay, so I put a little music on in the background. May end up regretting it, as I figure out more about copyright and things like that. But again, I'm focusing a lot more on just trying to do the thing, get the thing out there, release it, and deal with some of the problems that may come up afterwards. So right now we're listening to a band called Moonchild, and the album is Voyager. So I'm going to put that in the notes. And I really like Moonchild. They have a very peaceful, chill kind of vibe, which is one of the vibes that I try and do when I'm doing dishes and when I'm cleaning. So for me, when I'm cleaning, I use that as one of my main times to think and to process and to feel and to get ideas and work on ideas. And also sometimes I use dishes as a little bit of a meditative and mindfulness practice. You may or may not have heard this before, but if you're paying just extremely close attention to what you're doing in the moment, it's pretty much only a good thing. And that's something that we, especially as Americans, but I'm sure across most of the world, we struggle with, is we don't live in the moment. We're thinking about the next thing or where we want to go or who's doing what or what someone else is thinking or dealing with alerts on our phone, all these types of things, right? So if you don't take anything else from today, take away that if you make a goal of yours to be more present in the moment, I think mostly good things will come. So I'm going to go put the album to Moonchild in the notes. So again, if you haven't seen the notes, see the notes in the description. You can follow along throughout the entire day or in the future. And essentially it's like our company's public notebook. So you guys can see everything that we're doing and everything that we're sharing and discuss it as well. So that reminds me, I have a certain feedback form, and it's not a feedback form, it's more of a deep discussion form. So one of the things that I'm trying to do is fundamentally change the way that people interact with one another. And let me turn down this picture. Okay, so turn the music down a little bit, and I added the album to the notes below. Now, I gotta take a piss, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That album just finished up, so I just wanted to point out that one of my favorite ways to listen to music is to find an artist that I like, and in this case, it's Moonchild. And I like Moonchild. By no means are they my favorite band. Not that I have a favorite band, but I really like them. And so what I'll do is I'll go and listen to all of their albums. And right now I'm listening to their albums in reverse order, reverse chronological order. So I started out with their newest album either yesterday or a couple days ago. And as I've been in the right vibe for some Moonchild, I just keep going album down, album down. So this album of theirs is called Please Rewind. It's from 2015. I'll include the link in the notes to the Spotify, because Spotify is what I use. And note that we're going to talk a lot about music with Helpful for Life. Music is extremely important to me. Music is extremely powerful. Music can be used for all sorts of things. It can be used for connection. It can be used for meditation. It can be used, just like we were talking about earlier, a little bit with design. It completely changes the way people feel and what a space feels like. And the more that you pay attention to it, kind of like anything, I think the more that you'll appreciate it and see the value of it. And one of the things I want to do is help you see how I see the value in things. And I want to use my hyper analytical mind to help point out why something is valuable. And the concept of value as a whole is something we're going to be talking about a lot. Maybe, I don't know, today we'll see, but as a company, because I think that's something that we really need to figure out as a society. Like, what does it mean to value something? And of course, when you hear the word value, a lot of people, the first thing they think about is money. But money is just one part of it. And one thing we need to know, especially as Americans, is like, we are so hyper focused on money that it actually leads to a lot of our problems. And so if we focus again back on value and what that means, I think that it's going to make a huge difference in how we see ourselves, how we see each other, how we see life, and what we're able to do and what we're able to accomplish. So anyways, that's just a quick tidbit on value. I'm going to go make that note on the album real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, so for those of you guys who are just joining, again, a huge part of what I'm doing both today as well as with hopefully every piece of content, or at least every major piece of content that we create in the future, involves this digital note-taking software. And again, I'm going to tell you much more about it later and how it works and why it's important and all that kind of thing. But please check out the link below, and you can follow me along throughout the day, and you can see as I'm adding stuff, and you literally get to watch how ideas turn into action and how things happen. And I think you might be surprised how easy it can be, or at least simple, right? It's not always easy, but a lot of times it is very simple. And a lot of things that I'm going to try and do and try and start both today but going forward is helping to emphasize that and showing people all of the tools that are out there that they probably have no idea exist. And some of those things are called tools for thought. And I'm going to write that down here. Rome Research is one of these tools for thought. And so Rome Research is a tool for thought. So I'm going to define real quickly what a tool for thought is. It's essentially any kind of tool that you use to help you think, exchange ideas, talk about something, discuss things that we're great at in the American society, right? No, we're not great at it. So I'm looking to help change that. And there's a whole community of people who are using these tools for thought every day. And what I've done and what our team has done with a lot of help, well, not with a lot of help, largely like 99% of the work has been my employee, Kenny. And Kenny, he does a lot of things, just like a lot of people in startups. But the title that we came up for him, that I came up for him, Lieutenant Dan. And I said damn and not Dan. And if you go to our website, helpfulforlife.com, this is Kenny here, and DAMM. And it's the title. Titles are interesting, right? And I could go on a whole tangent on that, which I won't for now, but I'll write a note about it. Job titles, etc. And, you know, for example, for me, it was weird. Do I call myself a founder? Do I call myself a CEO? Do I call myself a founder and a CEO? How can you consider yourself a CEO before you've done X, Y, Z? So that's just a little tidbit for something we'll talk about more. But back to Kenny. So Lieutenant Dan stands for database, automation, multimedia, and more. And of course, for those of you who work in startups, you'll know the and more expands to freaking everything from helping me figure out a keyboard to use, to cleaning my house, to just being there to talk to. So we're going to talk a lot more about Kenny in the future. But hey, Kenny, if you're listening, I appreciate you and thank you. So anyways, Kenny helped create a bunch of integrations between and automations between a lot of the tools for thought that we're using. And just real quickly, for those of you who are curious or who are in the space, I'm going to just really quickly rapid fire a lot of the tools that I use. The main tools that I use that I would consider tools for thought, and I may be wrong about the definition, so we'll find out. But the main one is Rome Research that we talked about. Another big one is Notion. So as I write these things down in the notebook, one is so we know what we talked about, but of course there will also be a transcript of this entire conversation that we're having. We're going to turn that transcript into a clickable transcript, so you can see when we talk about something And utilizing this tool of Roam, you will then be able to click on the word Roam Research and see every single time that I've mentioned the word Roam Research in this graph, the notebook, the fancy name for it. So that's why I'm writing these things in this notebook. It's not just for me and for my notes, but it's because this is a public notebook that I want you guys to learn from and use. And also hopefully see the value in, so you can start to utilize that tool in your own life. And of course, we'll talk more about that later, of course. So Roam Research, Notion, another couple big ones I use are Otter AI. Otter AI is a transcript and recording software. So you record a meeting or just something on your phone or whatever, you just record, it listens over the microphone, and then it creates a transcript for you. And then utilizing AI, it listens and it tries to guess what your words are. And like a lot of AI, in theory, over time, it's going to get better and better. And also the more data you give it, so the more you talk into it, for example, the better it will be able to recognize your voice, especially as you go in and correct things and say, oh, I didn't say speed, I said weed. And you go into the software and tell it that, well, then the next time you say speed or weed, it will better differentiate those two things. So that's what Otter AI does. And on top of that, it has some additional AI features that came out within the last year or so, which automatically give you summaries. They give you, they create kind of a chapters of the meeting, or key moments or something like that. So you can have a meeting or a thought or say a song idea or whatever it may be. And it could be, 5 seconds, or it could be 6 hours, I think is the max if you have a business account. Oh no, that was Loom. Sorry, I'll get to that in a second. I don't know what the max is for Otter. Oh, 4 hours continuous, because I've run into that a couple times. And then you have all of that, and you have it forever. And you can also then use that and reference it, and you can share it with people, and you can comment inside it, and do all sorts of things. So I'll show you that in the future, and it's so much easier to know the value when you can see it versus just hearing it. But that's kind of a quick 2 cents on tool for thought. Another one is Loom, which I mentioned. So Loom, I'm recording on right now on my computer, and it's a screen recorder. So it can record the screen and the audio as well. So right now on my MacBook, it is recording my screen. It has a little video of me in the corner. So this is it right here. If I wanted to draw on the screen, I could. So, I'll give you a nice little smiley face. And the really cool thing about Loom is that it records this video and then it uploads it to the cloud instantly. It's honestly very amazing. And I can share that link with somebody right away and they can view it. And Loom and Otter, I think between those two tools and similar ones like them, I think those will be one of the most important factors in changing the productivity of the entire world, because we started out with person-to-person interaction, then we got radio, then we got telephones, I missed Telegram in there too, and then of course fast forward a few years and then you end up with the internet and mobile phones, which included email and text messaging, and now there are also a lot of other apps for messaging as well. And one of them is Slack. And that's one where I'm like, I'm not sure if it's a tool for thought or not, but for now I'm going to lump it in there because if it's not a tool for thought, it's definitely a tool I use all the time. So anyways, the problem with text message and email and just anytime you're doing a message that is text only, and a lot of you may even know this or maybe even have heard this, right? One, there's the phrase, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? You can take a lot more from a picture than you could just a couple of words, right? And then a video is essentially a moving picture. So a picture is worth 1,000 words, a video is worth, 1,000,000. So there's that aspect. But then there's also the aspect of human to human communication, which is what we're trying to do most of the time. And as you're doing human to human communication, there's a lot that's going on with your body language, with the tone of your voice, with how you're looking at somebody, if you're looking at somebody. All of these types of things go into how information is received and how information is processed by the person on the other end. So the problem is we've shifted in our society so much towards text-based and usually very short text-based communication. And then we pile on some expectations with that as well. And then what happens is someone will send a text message, they expected a response at a certain time, and they didn't necessarily really communicate clearly what they were fully trying to say because they only used a handful of words. So then the person on the other end takes some action that's not really great, and that ends up to issues. So anyways, by utilizing tools like Otter and Loom, it enables you to quickly and easily capture your ideas, your feelings, and all of that, and then share it with somebody. So instead of just saying like, hey, you did a bad job today, right? Like sending a text message like that would be horrible. It's like you include your compassion and you say like, hey, tough job out there today, like kind of rough, here's some of the things I saw that you did really well. Here's a couple of things. So make sure you keep your head up, include that positivity. But here's some of the things that we want to work on, want to focus on. And, if you're not hearing those right now, or you're not about fixing those right this moment, that's fine, because they're all going to be saved in this video and in this transcript, and we can work on them over time. But I just wanted to make sure to let you know that I'm here for you. I support you. I care for you. And it's okay. Your performance wasn't that great because we're going to get it figured out. Right. So I could say something like that in the span of a minute or two, or I could sit there and type one really quickly, like some people do, just boom, 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 bop, send. Or the other side, which you see, especially with people who have more anxiety, is they'll sit there and they'll work on a message, and they'll work on a message, and then they'll put it away, and they'll come back and they'll work on a message. And I would be very curious to know the number of trillions of hours lost every year from people doing that. And I really do think it's trillions of hours. But at the very least billions, right? So, and that probably doesn't mean anything to you because humans are very bad with large numbers. Anyways, I digress. So the last one that I'll mention for now, and then we'll move on, is Slack. So Slack's a messaging tool, and I have a whole bunch more I want to say about messaging, including how I think Apple could fundamentally change the world by redesigning and improving their Messenger app to unite people across the world and help them communicate more peacefully. And I'm going to give them a plan on how they can do that. And of course, it's up to them whether or not they do that, or if they don't, then maybe some third party will, or maybe I'll work with existing companies who do that type of thing. But I really hope that we figure out this messaging thing and we start to incorporate more of these tools to help people better communicate, because that's what we're really bad at right now. We're really bad at communicating, yet we're communicating more than ever, right? So this is kind of a bad combination. Anyways, let's get on to the cleaning. So I just put a timestamp. It's 11:44 cleaning. New little update. Hold on a second, changing a couple of things in the notes. Okay. Okay, I was adding a couple notes to the notebook, and also I was getting the things ready for this special form that we've created. And I don't know if you can tell or not, but it says, I've got something to say about H4L content. And yes, we'll get to dishes, don't worry, because also I'm hungry and I need to eat. So let me give you a bit of a spiel on what this form is. And I'm going to do that in one of these little, try and film it as if it's a separate video. So hey there. So I want to fundamentally change the way that people interact with each other online. And to do that, I want to use some fancy tools that I've learned about and use every day in my business and in my personal life. And I want to make those available to you guys in a way where you can start using them and start learning about them a little bit to see the value of them without having to fully engage with them and use them yourself. So one of my goals is to help you see me use it, see us as a company use it, see the value in it. But also a big part of it is we want you to be a part of the discussion. We want you to help us make content and help us improve pretty much everything. So the way we're going to do that is essentially right now I have a Google form. So you can see here, and in case you've never done a Google form, it's very simple. It's just like an online survey. It just asks you a handful of questions. And then what that Google form is done is it's connected using something called Zapier. Don't worry about that. You don't care about that. But it goes from Google Forms through Zapier into our software Roam and also our software Notion. And we'll tell you more about those things later. But the bottom line is what happens is we have at Help for Life, we've created what's called the Content ID system. Let me pause this music. There we go. And the Content ID system that we've created is, if not every piece of content that we create, at least every major piece of content that we create, we want to have a link associated with it. And that is like a record. It's going to be a page in our, or a block, if that means anything to you. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. In our company notebook, also known as a graph. And that page is going to live on forever. You know, one of the things that I've seen has been a big problem about the way ideas are shared and the way media works is it's very much a broadcast, right? You see something on TV, you see something on YouTube, you see an article online. It's very much one person talking at a lot of people. And what we need to move a lot more towards is discussion and interactive things where people are thinking and people are trying to understand and people are asking more questions to really get down to what it is that that person is trying to share. And also importantly, if that person has made some mistakes or they're not aware of some information, then using a forum like this allows you to guys to tell us, hey, we saw you made a mistake, and oh, by the way, here's some data or a link that helps back that up, right? And oh, by the way, here's who I am, so that can help you weigh my response, right? You know, if we're talking about say brain issues, and you know, you're just a Joe Schmo from the middle of nowhere with a high school level education, like, I want to hear what you have to say, just so we're on the same page. I want to hear what you have to say, regardless of who you are, how smart you are, what your past has been, any of that. We want to hear what you have to say, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. That being said, if we're talking about something like brain issues, I'd like to know that's who you are. I don't want to see, you know, me so corny 69 and see what he has to say in his opinion. I would much rather know like who you are, what your background is, and how you want to contribute. And that way we can have a dialogue and a discussion. Whereas if you're a neurosurgeon, then I want to weigh your opinion and your thoughts a little bit differently if we're talking about the topics of the brain, because you've spent decades of your life focused on the brain. So you're a little bit more of an expert. You have a little bit more knowledge in that field. And so what we have right now is kind of a little bit of bubblegum and toothpicks, it feels like, which is a kind of a funny way of saying, like, it's just kind of held together with duct tape. You know, things are just kind of combined to work, and they will work. I'm sure we'll figure out ways to break it. In case you weren't here earlier when I was talking about my employee Kenny, who does automation and things like that. Well, I break everything he creates, and it annoys him naturally. But then we try and figure out what band-aids we can put on, so that way anyone can contribute, anyone can be a part of the conversation, and we can have meaningful discussions. So that's a bit about what I call our content ID system. And basically you fill out the form, you tell us what you want to tell us, and then that gets added to our graph, and it becomes a part of the discussion, which then becomes something that other people can respond to. And so if you're watching this video right now, when you click and you go onto this form and you give some feedback, or you tell us an error we made, or you tell us something we did great, I would love to hear praise from you guys. That's one of the hardest things about this job is I'm talking into a void, and very few people actually engage with me or the things that we're saying, which is really tough, and is very hard for me to, again, I talked earlier a little bit about my mental journey and my journey of self-worth, which I'm sure we'll talk about a lot more, but it's very hard to know the answers to a lot of things when no one is sitting there talking with you and asking the questions. Or what's happened a lot with my friends and family is, you know, I'll tell them something like, hey, like, I'm pretty sure this is the thing that will make your life better and easier. And then to see them repeatedly not do it over and over again without actually trying the suggestion that I give them. So that's been extremely hard for me. And so part of what I'm looking for too from you guys is people who are willing to commit and willing to trust in my expertise, and people who are willing to listen to what I have to say and try some of the things that I suggest. Because I think it's very important for me to say, for you guys to hear that, like, I don't think I'm the smartest man in the world. I don't think I have all of the answers, but I think I have a lot of the right questions, and I think I know enough about pretty much anything to be able to explain pretty much any topic. And I've been wanting to do kind of a live stream like that, where people just throw things at me to try and get me to answer them or explain them. So I'm going to add a little tidbit of that to the graph here, so we don't forget that. Reed tries. I just said Reed tries to explain anything. So we'll have that one for later. So anyways, back to the content ID system. So one of the things you can do is within this digital note-taking software, Roam, there are all these blocks. And for any one of these blocks, you can right-click on it if you're on a computer. So right-click on the bullet point. Oh, why aren't you working? Oh, that one's working fine. There you go. Right-click on it, And then you can click this thing that says copy block ref. And you'll see to the side it says Command Shift C. So I'm on a Mac, so it's Command Shift C. If you're on a computer, it would be Control Shift C. And you would click that while your cursor is within this block. Block is a fancy word for bullet point. So you're going to copy this block reference. And then you're going to put that into the form. There is a question on the form that says, is this an existing response on the H4L Roam graph? So you would say yes here. And then right here it says add the block reference. And that's where you would then paste that block reference. And if I can't know if you can see it or not, but it's just a string of random characters. So it's like Y, P, Q, O, B, blah, blah, blah. But what that does is it says like, hey, I'm responding to this individual block on the graph. And so what you'll see is, you know, I think that is a great idea. So what I've done now is I've created an example block reference just so you can see it within the software. So here you can see Reed tries to explain anything. That's just kind of an idea I came up with. And then to do an example block reference, you can see I think that Reed tries to explain anything is a great idea. And you can see that this is a reference to that block. Okay. So if you were to click jump to block, it shows you this is the block and it shows you every time that someone has referenced it. And again, if this doesn't exactly make sense to you, don't worry about it. That's kind of the trend of working with us. And that's kind of just the trend of the world. Like the sooner you can get okay with not knowing everything and accepting that you're going to make mistakes and accepting that you're going to run into pitfalls and things like that, the better your life's going to be. It's pretty much that simple. Expect the unexpected, expect things to go wrong. Like if you're expecting this and you're expecting the worst, then things will be better than that. So that's been one thing I've learned time and time again as an entrepreneur. So anyways, of course, naturally, a long-winded way of me saying that, not really long-winded, I need to explain these things. Use that form to contribute and to talk with us both now, as we're live in the future, and going on, and tell people about it as well. Okay, enough talking for right this second. Let me update the notes. Okay, so now let's go over to the kitchen and do some cleaning. All right, so let's talk about cleaning in the kitchen. So for me, when I come to clean the kitchen, which I'll show you what it looks like, ignore the recording equipment, but it's relatively clean overall. I've got a pan on the stove, but then I have a whole bunch of dishes piled up right here. So one of my earliest lessons when it came to, one second. Sorry about that. One of my earliest lessons when it comes to cleaning in the kitchen is, again, as we talked about earlier, it's all about mindset. So make sure that you're intentionally going with the idea of, hey, I'm choosing to do dishes. I'm choosing to spend my time doing this. And it's not something that's a burden and something that I have to do, because you can feel like it's a burden, something that's have to do, but all that's going to result in is you feeling worse. And if you're feeling worse, then that means you're probably going to project and make other people feel worse too. So anyways, one of the first things that I realized is dishes are a great metaphor for life. If you do them a little bit at a time, all the time, they're not that big of a deal. But if you let them pile up, then they become this big, overwhelming task that feels really bad and you don't want to do and you don't enjoy doing. And then guess what? That leads to you not wanting to do dishes, which leads to them piling up, which leads to this cycle, which I'm sure a lot of you have been in your lives, where it's just like the dishes pile up, they sit there for a while, maybe even they grow mold or they smell or something like that, which is especially bad if you have roommates. Please don't do that. But you do them and you cycle over and over and over again, and you never get out of the cycle. And you're like, I don't know why, I don't get it. Well, it's because you got to break the cycle. And part of breaking the cycle is doing a little bit every day. So if you have issues doing dishes, laundry, something at work, working out, exercising, whatever it may be, if you have issues doing anything, one of the big things that we're going to teach about with Helpful for Life is habit building, how you build habits and how you build routines. Because at the end of the day, if you look at some of the most successful people in the world, and some of the most content and joyous people in the world, time and time again, you'll find out that it's not because of who they are, it's because of what they do. And what they do then therefore helps determine who they are. And that's a fancy way of saying these people, they just have built up a system of habits and routines, and they just do a lot of them. And the thing is, that takes a long time to build up. It can take a long time to build up a lot of really good habits. So one thing to focus on is doing one at a time. So especially if you're coming from a place of feeling really overwhelmed and you don't really know what to be doing with your life, or you feel like you're underwater, first step is ask for help. That's something that I've learned that I struggle with, and it's kind of ironic, seeing as I run a company called Helpful for Life. But one of the things that's really hard for me is to ask for help, and in a meaningful way, where I actually am getting the help that I really need, versus something that's just kind of superficial. So don't be afraid to ask for help. Another thing is, when it comes to dishes and anything that you could say is kind of worky, or something that like you have to do, but it's not necessarily something you really enjoy that much, is consider getting other people involved, right? Like, it's one thing for me to do dishes in my house all by myself, with no one else here. It's another thing for me to be doing dishes while someone's sitting right here next to me, and maybe we're even having a drink or having a smoke, if that's your thing. And we're talking, we're hanging out, and I just so happen to be doing dishes. Like, that's one thing that I want to make sure people recognize, is like, you don't need to have your life completely buttoned up and everything all done to have people over. So let people come over when your house is a mess. And in fact, don't be afraid to and ask if they'd be open to helping. Definitely be okay to say, recognize, like, don't force your friends to clean with you, right? But some people may not mind it, and you can just say like, hey, look, I've got some cleaning I'm doing today. I'd love if you came over and hung out while we were doing it. You can just chat. If you feel like helping, you feel like chipping in, you can. If you decide you don't want to anymore, then just stop. That's all perfectly fine. But I really would like to have you come hang out with me while I'm doing this. It's something that I've struggled with over the last, few days, or maybe a few years, right? And it's important to say that you don't need to feel shameful if you're a hoarder, or if you have just always been crazy messy. Like, you can change it. I just want to make sure you hear that you can change it. And it's just about setting up the systems and the habits and the routines to where you can get to that blank slate, that clean slate, and then you can help maintain something that's most closer to that clean slate. Because what you'll find, if you were to hire a professional cleaning service, a lot of what some of the best ones will do is they will have a very, very in-depth, longer first session. They'll do a huge overhaul. It's kind of like an extreme makeover sense of sorts. And that one will often take longer than other ones, and it will often charge you more and may also involve more people coming to clean your house. But what they do is they get it to a very clean slate, so that way the maintenance is easier, because maintenance is so much easier than deep cleaning. And if you do the deep cleaning, and then the maintenance will always just be so much easier. So that's why for me, I always focus on trying to get my kitchen back to a clean slate, because if my kitchen looks like this, then why would I want to cook? And how am I going to cook? Because I don't have the space to cook, right? So anyways, that's just a little bit of things on the cooking itself, or the cleaning itself. I have one comment. Let me see here real quick. Another person complaining about my vertical stream. Those are all Twitch users, so they're all used to horizontal. Sorry about the black bars, guys. Like, again, like it as I carry the camera around and move it around, I'm the only one here. You can see if it was horizontal with the, and also now that it's horizontal, the view that I have on my screen, I can't see everything. So in the future, I'll probably do some more horizontal streams, but for today, it's vertical. But thank you for asking and pointing it out. Okay, so back to the dishes themselves. So, and kitchen as a whole. So step one for the kitchen is compile all of your stuff. Go get all of the dishes from around the house, if they're on the table, if they're under your bed. If you're like my brother, who, as a kid, he would go take all of the food from downstairs and he'd have like a stash of it underneath his bed, including like bowls of cereal and stuff like that. And, it's kind of funny. And you think that was something that he just did as a kid, but then we were over there at the holidays, and sure enough, go in the bathroom. He's got a couple boxes of cereal in there, because you never know when you might get hungry, when you're at home in the middle of the night. So it's good to have that cereal nearby. Anyway, so step one is to go compile all the things and get those things off of the surfaces and try and concentrate them into one spot. Then the next step is, and really, really listen to me when I say this, utilize the machine that exists in your house to do work for you. Now, in this case, we're talking about a dishwasher, but that also is true for washing machines, dryers, refrigerators, freezers, any other machine you have in your life. Let the robots do the work for you. That's the entire point of them. So I think a lot of people's problems with dishes comes around with their issues and lack of knowledge and lack of good habits, around using the dishwasher. Now, of course, some of you may not have a dishwasher. I completely get that. I've lived that life, and I recognize it can be tough, especially if you have a lot of people or you're hosting a party or something like that. So one thing that's important, especially important if you don't have a dishwasher, and this is another thing that people don't realize with dishes, is dishes are a system, just like anything else. And we're going to talk a lot about systems, and that's how I think, and that's how I teach, and how I encourage you guys to view the world, because you're all a part of a whole bunch of systems, whether you know it or not. So in my opinion, you might as well know it and learn how you can best work within that system, and in some cases how you can change and improve that system to make your life better, easier, happier, whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So dishes, there's a phrase: reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I'm going to go share a Jack Johnson song that sings it. One second. So the song is called The Three R's, and I've added it to my notes. So if you haven't seen the notes yet, go to the link and you can see the notes, and you'll see the song The Three R's by Jack Johnson. And it's actually from his album with Curious George and like lullabies and some other things. So on one hand, it's intended to be like a kid's song, but that's the thing about kids' songs and children's books is that they are one of the ways that we've used as a society to help teach people the way they should live and the way things are good. But the problem is as you get older and as you get to be an adult or really a teenager, you start to think that you're better and you know better. When the reality is you don't, because you don't have the experience, you don't have the knowledge, you haven't learned from people who have had the experience or knowledge. But you come with this cockiness and this gravitas of like, I know what I'm doing and I'm going to rule the world, right? And I'm better than those other people. I'm better than the statistics. But that's not true. You're not better than the statistics. You're part of the statistics. And that's something that Danielle and myself, Danielle's my wife, Danielle and myself learned many, many times over and over again over the years. We're coming up on 10 years of marriage in May. So that's pretty exciting. That'll be 15 years together total. So yeah, we're high school sweethearts, and yes, we're still together, and we don't have any kids. In case you're curious, we got pregnant in high school. We're together because we've chosen to be together, and anyways, we'll talk a lot more about that, I'm sure, and you can't wait to meet Danielle. She's pretty awesome. So anyways, back to the cleaning. Reduce, reuse, recycle. So you can think about that. I like to think about that all the time, anytime I'm thinking about a system. But with dishes, the original thing, reduce, reuse, recycle, is about kind of environmental impact and recycling, as in like bottles and papers and that thing that I don't know the stats. If you have a stat, you want to share it with us. Use the form, but the small percentage of the large percentage of Americans who still do not recycle, which is kind of frustrating to me because I don't think there are really good reasons why that's the case. And there are even people in my life that don't recycle. Some of them who have access to recycling that's already included or they're already paying for it and they still don't do it. And so, yeah, so I'd like to talk about that some other day. But the thing about recycling is just one part. That's where you take the thing you used and then you recycle it back into the system so you could use it again. But the other two often get forgotten and neglected, and that's reduce and reuse. So with dishes, reduce the number of dishes you're using. If you don't like dishes and you have a struggle with dishes, then stop using so many. And this may sound silly, but you can watch people who are minimalists and they'll literally have a single plate, a single fork, a single knife, and maybe one or two pots and pans and one or two utensils. So if you struggle a lot with dishes, try shifting that way. Try going to the reduce thing and focus on how can I use less dishes. And if you focus on, hey, I'm just going to use 1 cup, then your cup dishes will go way down. You just need 1 plate, 1 fork, 1 knife, they'll go way down. So that's why for me, one of the things I do is I have this giant giant tumbler that I use for water. There's ice and water in here all the time. I literally carry this pretty much everywhere I go. Now I put a little sticker on it so I could have my logo on it, my brand. But this particular one is called Arctic, RTIC. And I think it's somewhere between $15 and $30 for this. I think it's 32 ounces. And then this is a silicone bendy straw. So this has changed my life. This has led to me always having water nearby. And now I drink so much water. And because of that, it leads to me being healthier. It leads to me not needing as much caffeine. It leads to my muscles healing faster, less injuries, leads to my body feeling better. Water is such a great thing. And it's such a simple thing. But yet most of us don't drink enough water. And a lot of us have probably even heard, oh, I should drink a lot of water, right? And admittedly, there's a little bit of confusion on exactly how much you should drink. So we're going to talk about that later. I'm going to go write a note real quick so we don't forget, but how much water should you drink? And like a lot of health things, that's part of the reason why I think we as Americans, and note that when I'm saying Americans, I'm talking about the United States of America. It's kind of funny because we give people, I like to give people crap who say they're from New York and then instantly assume that means that they're from New York City, even though New York City is just one part of the entire larger state. And then I realize we do the same exact thing as Americans. And when we say America, we mean US of A. And you know that we mean US of A, damn it. So, yes, when I say America, I mean the United States of America. I gotta talk in the language that people are expecting to hear, right? So that's part of why I use certain words. Anyway, so dishes, reduce, use less dishes, reuse, use the same dish over and over again, and recycle doesn't apply quite as much. But when you have things like plastic containers that you don't want to use anymore, you can recycle those. So back to actually doing the dishes. And step 1, compile all of the dishes. Then step 2, if your dishwasher is not empty, empty your dishwasher. So I'm going to do that. Okay, so a couple things. One, you may have noticed that did not take me very long at all, and that's because I started dumping the dishwasher yesterday, and I hadn't finished. So guess what? I left it mostly dumped and had only a couple things left. So that's another thing too to keep in mind as you're doing all of these cleaning things, especially if you happen to work from home, or even on the weekends. Like one thing I really like to do is kind of intersperse my chores in between things that I like doing. Right, so maybe I'll be playing video games, or maybe we'll be watching a show, or hanging out with friends, or whatnot. And then when it's not my turn in the game, I'll come and do a couple of dishes. Or if in between an episode or something like that, we'll come do dishes. Or back in the old days, there were commercials. During a commercial break, you could go do the dishes or some other chore. Right, so it's okay to break up the task into smaller pieces, and in fact you may find that leads to you doing it more often and more consistently versus trying to sit down and do it in a 4-hour chunk. I realized that I was in that pattern of doing the multi-hour chunk over and over and over again, and I'm still trying to break that habit. I'm still trying to do things a lot smaller chunks and more often. So the other thing I wanted to point out was the importance of having a stool handy and nearby. And the thing is, we have these deli containers, which I highly recommend. I don't hesitate to say, get rid of all of your most of your Tupperware type things that is like this. This is the type of thing that I used for years, whether it be Ziploc or Rubbermaid or whatever the brand. I've switched to deli containers in recent years, and I like them a lot. They come in these 3 different sizes. There's big, medium, and smaller, and we'll end up including a link below for the specific ones I got off of Amazon, and it's something like $15 for tons and tons of containers. So I have those up there in the cabinet, and I even have extras in the closet, and as we cycle through and run out. So my fridge is a little bit of a mess right now, but the nice thing about the deli containers is you can quickly and easily see inside them what they are, and then on top of that, I'll write on them with a dry erase marker, which I conveniently keep right here on the side of my fridge. And I'll write what the thing is and the date that I put it in there, or the date that I want to be thrown out on. Typically, I tend to write the dates that I put things in there or when I open them, because when things get thrown out, it's kind of a bit of a subjective thing, right? And different people have different preferences, and some people eat something that's a lot older than other people will. And of course, we have a whole section on expiration dates and which ones matter, why do they matter, how do you know when food is going bad, in our course, kickstarterkitchen.com. Kickstarter Kitchen, and you can check it out at the website. But anyways, these deli containers are cool, but the real point was have a stool ready, because I found all the time I would come in here into the kitchen sometime during the day, and I'd be like, oh, wow, look, the dishwasher's empty. Thanks, Danielle, my wife. I appreciate you putting away the dishes, but what's going on with these over here? And what I found time and time again was she would take those dishes, she would put them right here on the counter, and she'd literally leave them there because she didn't want to grab the stool, which sits right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 steps away. But you might be surprised. Some of you might not be surprised, especially if you're ADD or ADHD. But those of you who are not, you may be surprised how quickly and how easily we can lose our focus, especially if you're on your phone, or we have all of these various pings and vibrations and shows and all this other stuff going on. So having a stool nearby and ready to go is very important, because otherwise things won't get put away. And if you're the type of person who is the one, more like my wife, to recognize that I'm not going to grab that stool, well, maybe it's worth you just keeping a stool down here on the ground. And that's a trick that I learned from a woman who does ADHD videos. I believe her name is How to ADHD. So let me find that video real quick, or the channel at least, so I can share that with you. Okay, so I've added that to my notes, but I don't have ADHD or ADD, but for whatever reason, I found that channel and I found those videos, and a lot of what I found was, hey, a lot of the things that ADHD people struggle with, we all struggle with, and it's just those people struggle with it more, and it's a little bit harder for them, right? And that's the thing about mental health. A very common thought is that you either have something or you don't. It's black or it's white. It's something called black and white thinking, something that's very common for humans to do, versus recognizing the world as a bunch of grays and a bunch of spectrums, right? And so it's not, oh, you're either ADHD or you're not. It's you may have various levels of that, right? And of course, we talk about mental health, and we have a whole series on that, and we've talked about it a lot in our show, What the Hell is Water, already. I don't think I've included a link for What the Hell is Water yet, so I'm going to include a link to that on our graph notebook. Okay, so the thing I learned from the How to ADHD video was she goes through her house and she talks about all of the things that she's designed to help make her house much more friendly to herself and how she lives, and to ADHD people as well. And one of the tips she gave was having that stool just in right where it needed to be. And she kind of just kicks it around to where it needs to be. So she doesn't have to go around the corner to go get it. Because on that trip to go around the corner, she sees this other thing, which makes her think of that other task. And then she starts doing this and starts doing that. So the video specifically is called ADHD Friendly House Hacks. And I'll share that video here. I'll put that one in the notes so you guys can see the specific video I'd like. And yes, I think it's just really cool to see how she intentionally designs her house to be better for her. And I would encourage each of you guys to do the same. It ties into our earlier thing we were talking about with design and how much it can affect how you think, how you feel, how you live, how you view the world, all that kind of stuff. So, stool, deli containers, and put them up now. So coming back to the dishes, compile your dishes, put them all in one spot. So now I move them all to this one part of my counter. So as the reduced part, I mentioned I always have this as my water cup, and then typically I'll have another cup, another glass that I'll use for the beverage I actually want to be drinking. So if it's on the evening or on a weekend, especially if I'm hanging out with people, oftentimes that'll be an alcoholic beverage. But other times it'll be soda or a mocktail or tea or milk or orange juice or whatever else, coffee. So I'll have a cup for my beverage and then a cup for my water. And that leads to me having essentially one dish. And my water cup, I wash every now and then, every few days. Maybe sometimes it gets to a week or a couple of weeks. Since it's just water in here, it's not as dirty as a lot of other things. I'll change out the straw maybe more often than that, but it stays relatively clean because it's just water. So, and straws, if you've not ever really lived with one and tried using one on a regular basis, I think they are the superior way to drink beverages. And I think really the main reason not to drink with them is because it looks like you're, sucking on a penis. That's really the main reason why a lot of guys don't use straws. Kind of silly as it sounds. It's like, oh, look at him making that puckering look. Or at least that's a lot of people in the South or in Texas. So, we've got a whole masculinity thing here. So, dishes. Got them compiled. Now, the dishwasher. Let's start that over. So when you're doing your dishes, step one, go grab all the dishes from throughout your entire house, including under your bed. Bring them all into one spot. Step two, or really you probably should do that first, is dump your dishwasher. Because that way, as you're bringing your dishes in, you can load them into the dishwasher. But don't worry too much about the exact order. So now I have all my dishes here. I have an empty dishwasher, and I'm going to load it. And when I load the dishwasher, I'm going to walk you through my process. Because, again, I think a lot of people use the dishwasher wrong, and they've never really learned how to use it and why you should do it a certain way. And, again, this is one of those cases where a lot of times it comes from a parent or a partner who says, like, oh, no, you need to do it this way, or you have to put things in this way or that way. And they may have a very good reason for that. It's very possible. It's also very possible that that's just the way they like to do it, and it actually could be wrong. So what I'm going to teach you to do is how to place your dishes in the dishwasher to where they will work, they will get clean, and I'll tell you some things that you probably have never heard. So with that being said, of course, in our course, Kickstart Your Kitchen, you can go to kickstartyourkitchen.com to see it. We have a whole section on dishwashing, both using the dishwasher, there's videos completely on that, as well as doing dishes as a whole. So today I'm just going to talk and say things as we're going, but of course, like that pre-recorded, intentionally planned videos are going to be a little tighter and more, have more info in them, potentially. But the value of live is that this is me today in January of 2023. I know much more now than I did when I made those videos even. So, all right, when I'm loading the dishwasher, one of the first things I like to do is get either a bowl or a large cup or something like that. And first I start the hot water running, because hot water makes doing the dishes so much easier. There's certain foods and things like that that actually will melt. For example, fats like butter and oil and things like that. The heat from the water will help them melt and then therefore come off or dissolve into the water and get off. The purpose of cleaning, in case you've never really thought about it, is get all of the food matter off of the dish and get it to where it's food safe and there's not going to be bacteria and viruses and things like that growing on it, so you don't get sick. And of course, you don't get food on your future food that you don't want. So the first thing I like to do is get a bowl or a tall glass or something like that. And unfortunately, these two bowls are stuck together. And I had this happen a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And I don't know if I was the one to stack them again or if it was Danielle. I think it was me actually, but don't tell her. Last time I pulled it off, I actually kind of cut myself a little bit on this plastic. So be careful in the kitchen and know that plastic can even be sharp. And the trick I used to finally get this stuck is because I was sitting here going like this for a while, trying to power it off. And then I realized like, oh no, work smarter, not harder. So I got the whole thing wet, and then I got my hands. I like to take my rings off a lot of times when I'm doing dishes. Not a requirement, but especially since I'm filming, I try and minimize the clings and the clanks and less chance of me breaking something. I take my hands and I get some soap and I get some water and get it all sudsed up. And then I'm essentially lubricating the bowls. So I'm trying to get my soapy hands all over the bowls, and then I'm going to move those bowls around to get the soapy water in between, so that way it'll pop off a little easier. So I'll work on that for a second. Not working as well as it did last time. More soap. Do you have a better way to get to bowls that are unstuck? Please let me know down below in the comments, but whatever platform you're on, or use the link within the Roam graph for the more in-depth discussion. That'll go to our graph. Then I remember the other thing I was doing. So anytime you have something stuck together like this, there's air trapped in here, right? And so this is where, as an electrical engineer, I don't think I've mentioned that yet, I'm an electrical engineer by training. So then I start to think about the science of things, right? And when something gets hot, it expands. When something gets cold, it contracts. In general, water's weird. And so in this case, we have metal and plastic. And some other coating. But anyways, if I were to heat up this outer bowl, it would, in theory, expand. If I was to cool down this metal bowl, it would, in theory, constrict. So I'm going to try heating up this bowl on the bottom, which will also heat up the air inside of here, which will build up a little bit of pressure, which will help pop this seal. Because right now, the reason this is stuck is because it's formed a vacuum. It's kind of got stuck on here, and the vacuum is sucking it in. So I'm going to heat up the air, in addition to my soapy water, to try and get this thing off. Aha! I did it, finally. And now I will make sure to never stack these bowls again, because this is miserable. He said, finally, famous last words. Okay, so one note on your hands. When you're doing dishes or when you're washing your hands, you may have realized, especially with COVID, as you've been washing your hands more, hopefully, that water actually can dry out your hands. It's kind of counterintuitive because water is wet and moist, but when you use water on your hands, it leads to your hands drying out even more. So if you use water a lot, then it's important to either wear gloves or use lotion to moisturize. I personally have not found a good set of kitchen gloves. That's pretty much the main reason I haven't used them, because I want some that are comfortable and I can wear for a long time without getting sweaty or whatnot. And I've used some before. I think they're called Mr. Clean, and they're flocked, fleece lined in the middle. And those are good. They're pretty comfortable. But they don't work with smartphones. And I've only done a little bit of looking, but I really want to find dish gloves that work with smartphone. As we're saying, water does not work well with touchscreen, so I would maybe have to take the glove and tap it on the towel to dry it off, but I don't see why I wouldn't be able to have a glove that could use that, just like with winter gloves. So if you guys know of one, please let me know. If you're a glove company, if you design kitchen gloves, please let me know. I would gladly work with you guys to help design a glove the best kitchen glove that exists in the world. So let me know, because the reality is when I'm cleaning, a lot of times I'll also be listening to a podcast or something like that. And or if I need to answer a phone call or something like that, there are times where I need to go tap on my phone. And if I have these gloves on, I can't do it. It's very annoying. So anyways, dishes, hands, gonna put the dishes in the dishwasher. I now have my big bowl. And what I'll do with this big bowl is I'll put a squirt of soap in it and I'll put a bunch of hot water in it. And so I'm gonna let that water run and fill up the soap. And the reason I do this is because I will take the silverware that I get, especially if I see a lot that's got food caked on it. Especially in my house, we eat a lot of queso because my wife Danielle loves queso. If you've never had queso dip, it's a melty cheese dip. We're going to teach you all about it. I'm sure we have a video somewhere already on our channel about it. You can look at Helpful for Life on YouTube and look for queso. If you can't find it, let us know in the comments so we can make sure to show you guys one. Danielle has a whole blog on queso. Anyways, cheese, oatmeal, any type of food that's like really going to stick on your dishes, by throwing the silverware in this hot water right at the beginning. I just like to load all the silverware in there, and then I put the silverware in the dishwasher last after giving it a quick rinse, because soaking in that hot water combined with the rinse will get rid of a lot of that food that some dishwashers may not be able to get off. And it's really not very much extra work for me, and it helps increase the chance that I'm going to get all of my dishes cleaned like I want to, and it really doesn't take that much extra time or effort. So that's why I do it. Let me know if you think this is a good idea or a bad idea. Again, I'm not saying I have literally the best way to wash dishes, but I'm saying that I've thought about it way more than 99.9999999% of people in the world. And I literally have a course that I created myself, and including things on this, and I teach on this, and I think about it all the time. So if I'm not the best way, I certainly have a lot of things that work well and are very intentional for a reason, but I'm sure there's some things out there that you guys tell me that I'm not aware of or that I don't do. So if you don't have a dishwasher, it's worth noting that you can actually just fill up a good chunk of your sink and then put your dishes in there to soak. And by soaking, what you're letting, again, like we started off by talking about the machines and letting the machines do the work for you. And you also might have heard me say the phrase work smarter, not harder. And what we're doing here is a bit of both of those things. We're using the machine here because I have a dishwasher, thank the Lord. Sorry, I said thank the Lord, and then of course started thinking about a whole bunch of other things. Anyways, the filling up your sink and letting the stuff soak in there will make it easier for you to remove the stuck on stuff, and you won't have to scrub as hard. Now, of course, you can just scrub hard, and if that's like what you'd rather do, and maybe if you're trying to take out some anger, that's actually better for you. But by allowing things to soak, it makes your cleaning job so much easier. Okay, so we've got a bowl filled with water and soap, and it's got all the silverware in there. Now I'm going to grab the refill for hand soap, because our hand soap ran out. So, I guess I could show you this. So this is our guest room, our guest bathroom. So we live in a 2-bedroom apartment. And one of the really nice things about having an extra bedroom is, one, we use it for an office. So yeah, I guess I'll give you a quick little once around. So here's my desk, and there's some lights and some other film equipment and things like that, and a teleprompter. And of course there's mics and stuff like that. This is the couch where we did most of our shows. It's called What the Hell is Water? It's linked on the page below. And What the Hell is Water is a morning talk show that's meant to be a great way for people to start their day. And we went live every morning at 7:30 a.m. Central, every weekday morning. And as part of that show, we included a challenge. And it was one small thing you could do to improve your life that day. And they're intentionally very small and very achievable and very actionable, very easy for you to do. And so if you ever go listen to the show, What the Hell's Water, or if you're just interested in the challenges, check them out and try doing some of those challenges and come back to me and let me know, like, did you do them? Did they work for you? Did you do them and they didn't work for you? Or did you do what most people probably do and just not actually try doing the challenges at all? So again, to add a little context as to what these challenges are and why you should listen to me and trust me, for the last 5.5 years of my life, I've been creating this company, Helpful for Life, to help people learn what they need to know, but they didn't learn in school. So everything from finances to drugs to relationships to religion to deciding what you're going to do with your life, what's the point of living, all of those things, and more, of course. And so that's what I've been doing the last 5.5 years, intentionally paying attention to the world in that way and trying to figure out how I can help teach about those things to you guys. And how can I do it in a way that's never been done before, in a way that's scalable to where we can identify the gold standard across so many different areas of life and help everyone get access to that gold standard. And of course, we are a business, so we're going to make money along the way, and you guys are going to recognize the value that we provide and the ways that we change your life and the way that we improve your life and the way we make your life better. And you're going to give us money because money helps the world go around. And you also may give us other things too. You may engage with us. You may talk with us. You may engage with other people. You may join one of our communities. You may want to get on the team. You may want to help us do what we're doing. You may not know how you can help, but you know that you want to help. And if that's the case, just reach out to us. Go to helpfulforlife.com and click contact us in the top right. You can contact us there. You can comment on any of the platforms that you're on. And of course, you can use the content ID system I talked about earlier and click on the link below to go to our graph. And then you'll see the link to tell us something about H4L content. But anyways, down here in our guest closet, this is where we keep all of our backups for things. So of course, I know a lot of people may be paycheck to paycheck and it's not possible or not a priority for you. But once you're able to get past that, one of the things I highly recommend you doing is for things that you're going to use all the time, buy 2 of them. And then you have one that you always use. And then when you run out, you grab the backup and then you put it on your grocery list. And then next time you're at the store, you buy it and then you're never out of the thing. And as simple as this is, and as much as this makes sense to a lot of people, I would say probably the vast majority of people don't do this. And one of my employees and best friends, Danny, just to throw a little shade because Danny can take it. He doesn't even have toilet paper, and some of that's because he's used to living paycheck to paycheck, and also some of that's because he was really into Japan and he would really rather have a bidet and not have to use toilet paper at all. But anyways, I digress as per usual. So I grabbed the backup hand soap, which in this case is Mrs. Meyer's. So if you're doing any kind of cleaning or things in the kitchen or around the house, Mrs. Meyer's is a really good brand that we like. It's not the cheapest of brands, I'll tell you that. But that's why you buy things like this. This is the large refill, which allows you to get much better value, much better price per ounce than if you were to just keep buying the hand soap themselves. And so that's what we do. We have these containers over here. And we got hand soap and dish soap. And so I'll go ahead and fill that up with hand soap while we're here. So back to the dishes, we have our silverware soaking, but I also have a couple of bowls over here and a couple of containers that, this was some soup. Actually, it was something called shabu shabu, which is this Japanese thing that I'll tell you about more another day, but it is delicious. I'm sure we'll share some pictures of it because we just went the other day and we had some leftovers with it. But anyways, for some of these containers, some of them are from the restaurant themselves. And I actually don't keep containers from restaurants anymore. I only keep the ones that we use. That way they're all the same. All of the lids are interchangeable. I don't have to worry about mixing in the ones that the restaurants have with the ones I have. And here comes Danielle. Hello.
Hello.
So in the case of these, I will actually rinse these out and recycle them because we don't want to use them anymore. And you'll notice I said rinse them out because they are covered in food. So I'm not going to sit here and take a scrub brush to them and go crazy with them, but I will rinse them out. And one easy, lazy way to rinse them out, especially if they've had food that's been stuck on them for a while, is to simply give them a rinse and then soak them, just like the other one. Let time and the soap and the water and the heat do that job for you. You don't need to sit here using your hands doing that. So I'll just line it up in the sink with the spray head so it makes a little bit more bubbles. And I'll just let it sit there until it fills up. And that allows me, I could now go and be doing something slightly different. So like that, while that's filling up, I'll actually use this hand soap thing now. And one of the things that I want you to pay attention to is that although I may be doing multiple things throughout this, I'm literally sitting here talking to you as I'm doing this. I'm filling up hand soap while I'm working on the dishes. This is the way that I like to work. For you, it may be more valuable, or maybe the way you need to work is simply to focus on just the one thing and be very linear and say, oh no, I'm going to do the silverware first, then I'm going to do the plates, then I'm going to do the bowls. It's completely up to you. For me, a lot of things I'm optimizing for in general with life, but especially with cleaning and stuff like that, is efficiency. I'm trying to get this task done in a way that's pretty efficient. But as I mentioned earlier, I also use this time to think and reflect and often listen to a podcast or something like that, and sometimes be mindful and really pay attention to what the thing is that I'm doing. So when I'm doing that type of thing, I'm not necessarily rushing to finish right away, but certainly I do a task in, say, 30 minutes that may take other people somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. Just because, one, I pay attention, I'm very intentional, I design these systems to make it better and flow easier. And also, I have a lot of practice. I've been doing this for a very long time. And naturally, I filled it up almost to the very top. One thing you always got to remember when you're filling stuff up, if you're putting something else in it, it may push out an overflow, which in this case it didn't. But if it does, you can just take some water and rinse it off. It's not that big of a deal. So you guys saw me using a spray head already, but I didn't exactly point out the fact that I highly recommend having a spray head. That can be the single biggest difference maker in how you do your dishes. And even if you live in an apartment, that's an improvement that you could potentially do yourself or ask your apartment to do for you. A sink is not that expensive, like the faucet and stuff. I know some of you look like, oh my gosh, it's crazy, but I think it's somewhere between $50 and $200. So it's not nothing. But again, the kitchen sink is one of the most used tools in our household, right? We use it to wash our hands, we use it to cook, we use it to prep, we use it to wash other things, we use it for so many things. So for me, when I think about my money and what I'm willing to spend money on, I am willing to spend much more money on things that I use very often or I'm touching every day, or have a big play on how I feel about something. So when doing dishes, especially if it's something you struggle with, of course, if you're using tools that aren't great, it's going to be worse. The first apartment Danielle and I lived in after we got married, we lived in Lomita, California. Howdy, shout out, which is in Los Angeles County, in a neighborhood called the South Bay. I'm sure we'll tell you more about living in LA, and in fact, I'll be going to LA in a few weeks, so we'll probably take you guys along for at least some of that ride. But anyways, in our apartment, which was a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom as well, and just it had what's called a galley kitchen, which is like one counter here and then a little bit of an aisle and one counter here, and that's it. And the counters were not very long, and there was no dishwasher. And part of that little two strip was taken up by the fridge as well. So there was no counter space really. And the sink they had, see how this sink has this big arching thing, and it's very high up. And this also is a pretty deep sink. This is what's called a, hey babe, what's this called? A farm, what? House sink?
Yeah. That sounds right.
Farmhouse? Well, you can look it up, but I think it's called farmhouse style sink. And basically, you see a lot of sinks that are the double, like two sides, right? Dirty and clean often, or one side with the disposal, one side not. There's just one big basin, which I think I like more. I used to not like it as much, but I think I like having the extra space and the ability to have a whole bunch of dishes in at the same time. And then we utilize this thing here. This is one of my favorite kitchen tools. It's simply like some metal wire that's wrapped in like a soft coating that's probably like rubber or plastic or something like that. And it's also heat proof. So you can use this thing for all sorts of things. So you can see as it is here, it's laid out. You can play it like an instrument. But you can also roll it up and either just leave it on the side like that so you have access to the whole sink, or you could put it away, right? You could take that and put it away. But when you have it laid out like this, it can serve as a lot of things. And one of those is actually extra counter space. So now you can put something on top of this. Say you had a cutting board or even a pan or something like that. You could literally put it on here, or a bowl that's holding something. So it adds extra counter space when you need it. You can remove it when you don't need it. And another big thing, we talked earlier about not letting things pile up when you're doing dishes. Right here, I have a bar mat, and it's, I think, I'm going to mess up the dimensions, but roughly 11 by 22 inches, something like that. And of course, we can include a link for that eventually as well. But by having this one spot defined on the counter, that's kind of our unwritten rule of, hey, that's about as much space as we should allow dishes to pile up. Once they get to be a little bit more than that, you probably need to just go take a session and start cleaning them or put them in the dishwasher or whatnot. So by having that there, and then having this, which acts as a drying rack as well. So you clean the dishes, you put it on here to let them dry. This is roughly about the amount of dishes that I want to do in an average dish session. So it gives a nice little kind of buffer. So you can say like, hey, do I have more dishes than here? If so, do dishes. Do dishes until this thing is full. Then I can go take a break, do whatever. Or of course, I can grab the towel and clean them off, or dry them off and keep going. So real quickly, since I grabbed the towel, let's talk about towels. So I use what's called a 3-towel system. It's a really ingenious name because we use 3 different types of towels, 1, 2, and 3. So I'm sure we've talked about this before. I know we talk about it in the course, but I'll just go ahead and tell you about it right now. So the 3 towels I have in order of dirtiness to cleanliness is, this is what we call the shit towel. And I know I said I won't cuss too much, but it's just one of the names that, like, it makes sense. You know exactly what it is. In fact, if you use that phrase with some other people, if they don't already know what you mean, once you explain what it is, like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And that's because it's just for cleaning up whatever shit that you want. And for me, most of the times that's just the counter, right? Using this to wipe off the counter, just like you'd see at a restaurant or something like that. They will have reusable towels, hopefully. And I know that's not always the case. And if you're still using a bunch of paper towels as your main cleaning thing in a restaurant, please change that. Anyways, so reusing these towels and just wiping off the counter, and it literally lives right here on the sink, on this counter next to the sink. So you can very quickly and easily grab it. And
Is it okay?
yeah, please hold. So you're gonna be back at 2 something, you said?
Yeah, maybe 3.
Did you eat anything yet?
No,
Walker's at 8:30 today. FYI.
Okay. Adios.
Ciao. Okay, so thank Danielle for that interruption. So hopefully I'll be able to pick up that train of thought, but if not, it's all her fault. So 3 towel system, we're talking about a shit towel here. And the nice thing about having it is that it sits on your counter all the time. And so that's a big thing, whether you're using paper towels or reusable towels, having them where they're easily within reach. And also if you've ever done any type of study into ergonomics, which is a fancy word for like how your body is related to things you're working on and things like that, you may hear it a lot in the workplace where it's like, hey, make sure to bend with your knees, or make sure that your keyboard is this far from you, your monitor is this far from you, things like that. That's all to help your body work better and put less stress on your body. But also there's the concept of Lean Six Sigma, which I'm going to tell you guys much more about in the future, I'm sure. I'm going to go write it down real quick so I don't forget. And again, if you like read what is all the stuff you're writing down and where you're writing it down, you can click on the link below and you can literally see the notebook that I'm writing in, and how it looks right now is going to completely change going forward in the future. And we're going to add to it, and people are going to contribute to it. You yourself can contribute to it. There's a link on that notebook where you can comment and respond to things. So you can comment and respond to this exact video. You can comment and respond to any bullet point within our notebook. So that's, again, a big part of what we're trying to do here is create this collaborative future where we're working together to create something that is better for everyone. Because I know you guys know a lot of things that I don't, and I certainly know that I know a lot that you guys don't. So back to the shit towel. So by having it within reach and talking about the Lean Six Sigma thing, that's about, hey, if you're going to do things efficiently, having them not too far, we don't have to go too far to get them, just like the stool. By the stool being not too far, it enables you to go get the thing you do, stay focused, and have it take less time. So having this out and about and ready to wipe means you're going to be more likely to wipe, which goes to another thing when you're cooking. If you clean as you go, that means you won't have as many dishes afterwards. So if you've never heard of that phrase before, or even if you have, ask yourself before you start cooking, okay, how can I clean as I go? And am I cleaning as I'm going? Because if you do those things, then you will end up with less dishes, which means less work for you. So that's this towel. Use it to wipe off counters, things like that. I have a bunch of various sprays under here in the cabinet, which we won't go over right now. And of course, you can also just use soap and water for pretty much everything. And in our course, Kickstart Your Kitchen, we literally go over every single counter type. You got granite, you got stone, you got tile, you've got marble, you've got wood floors. Like, we literally go type by type, material by material, and we say, hey, are you a little bit more hippy dippy, and you like, I don't want to use none of those chemicals, I can't pronounce me, and well, guess what, we tell you some of the more natural ways for you to do things, but we also explain, hey, here's the value of what I would call a commercial cleaner, and these things that have been formulated specifically for this task. So like, that's a big thing. People, I'm a man of science, okay? I'm an electrical engineer, and people so often just write off something because they don't understand what it is or why it is. And of course, when it comes to things like chemicals, they have these big confusing names, and like, what is this thing? It's just the man trying to get me down. And I'm like, no, sometimes it's just the man trying to give you a really good cleaning product so they can make money because their cleaning product is good. But of course, that's not always the case. Where was I? Towels. 3 towel systems. So that was the shit towel. And of course, underneath the cabinet here, we have a whole bunch of replacements of these. So I'll use this, and as one side gets dirty, I'm going to do this really crazy complex thing. I flip it over, right? So I've taken this towel and folded it into 8 pieces. You can almost kind of see the quadrants, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the back side is 1, 2, 3, 4. So fold it in half this way, and and fold it in half this way. And look at that. Now you have all these sides. So I'll wipe the counter with this. If this side starts to look dirty, I can flip it over, use this side. That side starts to look dirty, I can open it up and use this side, then that side. There are 8 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sides. Yeah, 8 sides. I don't know where I got 12. There are 12. There are 8 sides to this towel. And so actually what I want, so please tell me guys if you know a better towel for my shit towel system. Let me know. I want one that says ideally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I know which one it's on. And when 1 gets dirty, I can switch to 2, I can switch to 3. And then also when I get to 8, then I know I need to get rid of that towel. And of course, a lot of towels don't make it all the way to 8 because they get so dirty where it's like, you know what, this is pretty dirty. I'm going to go throw it in the wash now. And so then I'll take this towel and I'll go throw it in the dirty clothes. Now, what do I not use this thing for? Now, hold on. Let me say a couple other things I use this thing for. So I'll also use this thing. It's so nice to have a real rag, a real towel, because the thing about liquids is when you spill them, they go freaking everywhere. And I don't care if you spill literally this much water, it takes a freaking whole roll of paper towels to get it up. And guess what you're doing with those paper towels? You're throwing them away. You're literally wasting them, right? Whereas this you get to reuse. So this is one of the few ways I use to be more sustainable and environmentally friendly and all that kind of stuff. Start using a shit towel and you might find that you pretty much never use paper towels ever again. There are some times that I use paper towels, but even this, so water spills, if my dog gets sick or whatever, there are a lot of problems that it's like, oh my gosh, it's such a huge deal. But when you have the towel out and you just grab it and you just wipe it up, you're like, and then you grab the next clean towel, you're like, oh, that was pretty easy. And one of the first reasons I got this was because when there were really big spills in our kitchen growing up with my family, my dad would go get a couple of bath towels and he would just go do that and he would just go wipe it all up and then he would go wash them. I'm like, man, that's so much easier and more effective and much better than using just rolls and rolls of paper towels. So what I won't use this for is something, for example, like meat juices, things that are going to be a lot more likely to have bacteria, viruses, things that are more likely to get me sick, whether that's food, ill or not. Typically, I'll use a paper towel for those, so that way I can wipe away the hazardous thing and then throw it in the trash, right? But if I were to use this on something like meat or something like that, then I would put it in the wash pretty much right away. And the nice thing about these being white is that I would put bleach in there. And so bleach would get them white so they're less stained, which means it's easier for you to tell when things are clean and not. But also it then makes sure to kill all of the bad stuff so you don't get sick. So that's a shit towel, the dirtiest of the towels. The next towel is what's called a tea towel or a chef's towel, or maybe even a kitchen towel. And this one, typically we just kind of fold it in half, hot dog, which is, you know, the long way. So it looks kind of like this, and then fold it like that. And this is how we'll typically leave it on the counter over there by the stove, because that's where we do a lot of cooking and prep work and things like that. And then often when I'm cooking, I'll grab it and I'll just throw it over my shoulder. Some people will tuck it into their waistband. If you had an apron, you could do that. But this is what I use for when my hands aren't like brand new, just washed with the hand so clean, but I've been cooking and I just need to wipe something off a little bit. Like my hands are a little wet from the dishes, or maybe I got just a little bit of food smudge or something on it. I'll just kind of wipe that off real quick. So this towel is not as dirty as the shit towel, but it's not as clean as the dish towel. And it's really nice to have this. And again, we have another stack of these under here. So it's possible one time while I'm cooking, I could use multiple of these. You could also use this to wipe off a cutting board. Say you're cutting some tomatoes and you have all this tomato juice running out. You don't want all that tomato juice, or you're about to cut something else after you've finished. Then you just take this towel, wipe it off, and then grab yourself another towel and keep going. So that's a chef towel real quick. And then there is the kitchen, the dish towel, right? Also known as a hand towel. And these typically we fold either like we did with the chef's towel, or we'll fold it in like right here, probably about 15%, and then fold it over like that. And so then what happens is you've got this nice looking towel. You realize you accidentally dipped it in that soapy water because you weren't paying attention. And this will then sit on this guy down by my knees on the cabinet. So that way it's always there right next to the dishes where I want them to be and right next to the sink where I'm washing my hands. So we will use this for clean hands and clean dishes only. This is a thing that so many people do that they don't even necessarily realize they're doing, but they'll have their one towel system, right? They will have this towel, they'll grab it, then they'll go and wipe the counter off with it, and then they'll clean dishes, and then they'll dry off dishes with that same towel, which is now dirty with all the stuff that you wipe the counter on. So that's why I have these 3 towel systems. It's very intentional. So, and I make sure to tell people when they're coming over, not everyone. So if you're my friend and you didn't know this, man, but this is why we have all 3. So we have the one that anyone can see. It's out in the open. And if somebody spills something, they can grab it themselves and do it. They don't have to come and get me or anything like that. The chef's towel, which we went over, and then the hand towel, dish towel, which we keep clean. And all of these we swap out as they start to get dirty, which is at least once a week and oftentimes more. And right underneath the sink too is that recycling I was talking about. So as we're doing stuff, as we're throwing stuff in the trash, as we're rinsing out the plastic, we can throw it all right in here. Very easy. We don't have to go anywhere else. And this container is just big enough to last us for a good while. So I don't have to go and take the recycling out to the bigger container besides, once a week, give or take. So look at that. Fresh towel. Because this one got dipped in the water, I'll hang this guy up. And typically I'd go walk and throw this in the closet, but for today, I'll just throw it on the couch so we can get back to the dishes. So to recap, we are now in the kitchen doing dishes. And of course, as you may have noticed, like, holy crap, Reed, you came in here and you started telling me you were going to teach me about dishes. That was, let's go look at the time. Let's see. So yeah, again, if you're like, where's he looking at this time? Click on the link in the description, whatever platform you're on, and you'll see my notebook where I've put timestamps and a couple of notes of the things that we've been talking about, as well as a way for you to comment and meaningfully interact with us. So you can see all of that in the notebook, which is linked below. So 11:45-ish is when we started with the intention of going to do dishes, and then ended up crossing that out because I spent another 15 minutes talking about other stuff. And so now it was about 12 o'clock when we started doing dishes, and now it's 1:09. So we've been talking about this for about an hour, just from me saying, hey, I'm going to show you how to do some dishes. So some of you may be like, oh, Reed, you're just rambling. You're going all these rabbit holes. You're going all these tangents, blah, 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 blah. And then I would challenge you to say, hey, is that you? Did you feel those ways? Then I want you to click on this link here that we're going to put in the notebook, because that says something about you. And I want you to make sure you realize that reaction there says something about you. And what I want to encourage you to do is look for the value in what I'm providing. Like, yes, I'm going to talk for a while, and not everything I say is going to be amazing. Not everything I say is going to be beautiful and perfect. And it's not all going to be useful. And some of it's going to be stuff that you already know. But I really encourage you to not completely tune it out. You're like, oh, I know how to do dishes, Reed. Well, what I'm here telling you is that the 99.9% of people, and yes, this is a made up stat, don't know how to do dishes well. And I am telling you, I think about it a lot. I have a whole course on cooking, kickstartyourkitchen.com, and cleaning is part of that. And I've thought about these things a lot. I'm an engineer. I also done Lean Six Sigma stuff, which is about efficiency and repeatability. And I'm really big on psychology and all these things that help you figure out how to do these things, feel good about them, and do them better forever for the rest of your life. So you can roll your eyes all you want, or you can recognize you roll your eyes and be like, oh, man, I just rolled my eyes. Like, why did I do that? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm just going to let that go. See, that was a thought that's not useful to me right now. And I'm going to try and pay attention and come from a place of curiosity and try and learn and see what is it that Reed is offering to me that I can learn. And no, I'm not going to get everything. And even of all the stuff Reed's saying, he's been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes so far. You're not going to pick it all up. This is like a freaking fire hose is the phrase. It's like a fire hose of water just being sprayed at you. And you're not going to be able to drink it all. You're not going to be able to understand it all. But the beauty of all that is this is here forever. You can come back to it
We're going to chop it up into smaller pieces. We have our notes so you can more quickly and easily see what we're doing and how we're doing. And we're going to have a whole thing in our notebook about dishwashing. And anytime we talk about dishwashing in the future, we can add that tag dishwashing. And then you can click on it and see literally every time we've talked about dishwashing. So it all ties together. So even if you're not all about it right now, come back. So let me go add that tag dishwashing before I forget. I'll be right back. Okay, all right. I had to make that note and check to make sure all my stuff's still recording and battery levels are okay and things like that. So here we are, dishwashing. So first key step, gather all of your let's alter it. See, now that I've said it a couple times and realize that I'm giving you an order that's not actually ideal. Step 1, put away your dishes from your dishwasher. If you have a dishwasher, do you have a drying area, a drying rack? 2 other types of drying things that we use this is a drying mat, and the particular ones we get aren't really that important, but it's basically a padded mat that is also absorbent, so it sucks, it absorbs the water and you leave it out to dry, the dishes dry, and then I would encourage you to leave the mat out a little bit too to let it air dry, so you're not putting a wet mat, say, into a cold or into a dark area where mold and things like that could grow. So that's one. Another is a rack, which I'll grab. And our rack we actually keep in the closet because we try to not use this very much. We only use this if we have a whole bunch of dishes or maybe a bunch of big pots that take up more space or something like that. But it also has a little silverware caddy, so if you wanted to do silverware by hand, it could dry there, or certain utensils or that. So it has racks so you can stack plates. So if I was going to wash a bunch of plates by hand, I would do those in here. But in general, I'm putting all my plates and most of my dishes in the dishwasher. So I try not to use this, but if I do, it has the drain rack, and then it all comes out right here, and we'll put it on the side of the sink like that, so all the water goes into the sink. So between those 3 drying tools, we get the drying rack. We have, I guess I'll call it the rollout drying mat, and then we have a drying rack, and then we have the drying mats, which I showed you from below my sink. Okay, so step 1, empty your dishwasher, empty all of your drying racks and drying mats if you have dishes there. Give yourself the clean slate for where your clean dishes will go and where your dirty dishes will go. So that's step 1. Step 2, go around your entire house, including the cereal under your bed, and bring all of those dishes to one spot in your kitchen. Then load your dishwasher. All right, here's where I'm going to tell you how a dishwasher works, okay? And again, you can go to kickstartyourkitchen.com to see our course, Kickstart Your Kitchen, which will help you revolutionize your cooking game in as little as a weekend. It's not just about cooking, it's everything around it, from meal planning to nutrition, to how to impress a date, to making, we even have a couple cocktail things in there, and talk about cleaning and so many other things. So check out kickstartyourkitchen.com. if you'd like to take a course that's literally for this, and it's all in digestible chunks of about 5 minutes or less. So you can go do it while you're taking a crap. You can do it while you're in line. You can do it while you're ignoring your parents, whatever. But but probably don't ignore your parents too much. At least don't tell them I said you to do that. Shh. Okay, so dishwasher. Typically, there are 2 racks. There's the bottom rack and the top rack. Now, in new fancy dishwashers, which I'd love to have, but I'm in an apartment, so I don't. There's actually a 3rd rack, which is called like a utensil rack, and it's very like not very tall, not very deep, and that's good for putting things like spatulas and things that exist in this drawer or up in that cup over there, and things that are skinny that could exist on that top level. But other than that, in general, at the bottom, there is a spinning propeller-like thing, and there are jets of water. Usually there's one or multiple jets from the middle, and then there are other jets that are on the sides of this propeller. And they're actually angled on the side of the propeller to the water itself is what pushes the blade so it will spin, which is kind of cool. And then also there's often a... I don't selfie cam very often yet, so forgive my bad camera work. This is a heating element. If you touch it, not while it's hot or you'll burn yourself, it is a piece of metal that just heats up, and that is what heats up the water. It also can heat up the air to make it so the water is hot. Again, like we talked about earlier, it helps you get better, cleaner dishes, potentially also killing more bacteria and things that can cause foodborne illnesses, but not exactly. We can talk more about that later, or we at least talk about it in the course. And then it also helps with drying. Okay, so one thing about the heat that you should know is that if you have some things that are sensitive to heat, which typically in the kitchen, in my experience, has mostly just been really thin plastic, and I don't think it's as much of an issue as it used to be, but that used to be something you wanted to be very conscious of certain things you wanted to make sure to put on the top rack. And certain things, when you buy them, you'll actually see potentially even on the thing itself, say it's a plastic container, or sometimes just on the packaging you buy it in, it'll say top rack only. And the reason for that is because, one, it's further from the heating element, so it's not necessarily not as hot, and also the other thing about the heating element is something falls down and then leans against the heating element, it can melt. So like people definitely have gotten plastic melted to their heating elements before, and there are ways to fix that, of course. Give it a quick Google or YouTube. Okay, so other than that, the other thing is if it's closer to that high pressure water. So if you have something that's a little more delicate, say you have some like kind of finer china or martini glasses or something like that, that you're maybe worried about breaking or chipping or something like that, you may want to put those on the top rack. But this is the most important thing for you to hear about the dishwasher. Load the dishwasher and use the dishwasher in a way that makes your life easier, even if that includes damaging some of your stuff. And that is for you to decide. I know some people who literally put all of their stuff in the dishwasher, including nonstick pans, which a lot of people, including manufacturers, say not to do. Which, fun fact for you, most Teflon nonstick pans are probably not really going to get damaged in the dishwasher, at least from their original state. But admittedly, it is a bit harder of life for them, so it will potentially wear them out faster. But you can also just be okay with that, because at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're trading your time, you're valuing your time more than those things breaking or having shorter lives. And so I strongly encourage you to consider that, because even if you don't make very much money, like if you have a pan that's say $50 and it lasts you 2 years instead of 4 years, like it's worth that extra $25 it's effectively costing you. Forgive me if my math's off, but it's worth that little bit of money to save you all of the times when you would have had to clean that dish by hand. And also, if money is really that strapped, you could then use that time you saved to make more money. So anyways, top rack. So the main, I'm not going to go hyper in depth into the dishwasher, because again, we have this in our course. But the main things to think about is what does a dishwasher do? How does it work? And how does it get my dishes clean? And once you think about and understand how that works, that'll help you figure out how to stack things. So instead of just thinking like, oh, cups need to go here, bowls need to go here, this needs to go there, like trying, instead of having to memorize something like that, which is how a lot of households work, just think about how a dishwasher works. Now, that being said, once you've done this work of figuring out how a dishwasher works and figuring out what's a pretty good way for your dishwasher to be loaded, it's perfectly fine to have that be the way you load it, and then you can no longer think about it, at least very often. But the number one thing that I like to make sure people know is think about, is soapy water going to be able to be sprayed onto the dish and clean that dish? Because you can sit there and look at it and see like, hey, if I put this bowl next to this cup, like I can fit some more stuff in there, but there's only this tiny little gap where the water can actually get in. And so what a lot of people will do is they'll just run it, and then they'll be like, oh, why is this thing still dirty, right? But again, that's a personal choice. You can actually just decide, be like, you know what, I overcrowded it. I don't really care if stuff's still not clean. I'll make sure to look at every piece afterwards and then clean it. But that's the thing. A lot of people who do that aren't the same type of person to then look at the dishes afterwards. So if you're not going to look at the dishes afterwards to make sure that they're clean, then just take a little bit of time up front. Make sure that you're loading your dishwasher well, and be okay with running your dishwasher more than once. Like, the dishwasher uses like 4 gallons of water, which is like nothing. That's like 2 minutes of a faucet or a shower. So, or like three toilet flushes, something like that. So the nice thing about a dishwasher, it does not use very much water. It uses less water than you would use to wash these things by hand. So it's actually the better environmental choice to use that thing a lot of times as well. And so what I encourage you to do is not be afraid to run your dishwasher multiple times. And especially if you have a problem with dishes and you don't like them and all that kind of thing, you can regain your power over them by doing them more often, which if you do something more often, you're naturally, it's easier for you for the suck to not suck as much, just because you've done it as much. You're used to it. You've lived through it, right? So the more you live through it, the easier it is for you to do. It can be. Obviously, it's all about your mindset around it. Okay, so dishwasher, 2 racks, silverware. The other thing, so with the silverware, same kind of thing. Make sure you don't put a whole bunch of spoons all in the same spot, because if they nestle inside of each other, then the water's not going to get up inside them and be clean. And also, your dishes are going to be various levels of dirty. So if you have a dish that you know is filthy, or you made queso in or whatever, or you had oatmeal or something that's really gross and sticky, especially if it's been sitting for a while, it's kind of hardened, make sure that has ample access to the water. And it is okay for you to, even though it's not the most efficient use of space, you can just put your bowl and you just put it face down just like that, so you know that thing is getting freaking sprayed, right? That'll give it the best chance of getting clean. If you've got a really filthy dish, then that's what you can do. So don't overload the dishwasher, don't overcrowd the dishwasher. And then another big thing is use the pre-wash. So this is something that I just learned within the last year or two, so it's actually not in the course, which is the pre-wash. So as you're looking at your dishwashers, of course, they all look a little bit different, but typically you have what's called, this one's labeled main cup, and this is where the main dishwashing detergent will go. And then there's this little thing over here, which is a separate thing, and if you look at it over here, it says use open cut for pot cleaning and normal wash cycles only. And sometimes it'll also say, and then over here it says use main detergent cup for all wash cycles. So the thing about this open cup, and sometimes there won't be a cup, and you literally, well, I'll get to that in a second. The open cup is for pre-wash. And so what you actually want to do is put extra detergent in that cup. Now, what the pre-wash cycle does is the dishwasher first runs, it runs for about 10 minutes. And it'll use the soap from that cup, or if you don't have one of the containers, some dishwashers will say just pour it on the door or pour it in the bottom of the dishwasher. And it'll use that soapy water, hot soapy water, to rinse all the dishes. And it'll do that first pass to help get all of that food off for you, right? And so this is why if you use the pre-wash soap, you actually don't need to rinse your dishes. That being said, one time I would highly recommend you still rinsing your dishes is if you're not going to run your dishwasher for, say, a day or more, then generally I like to rinse my dishes a little bit because otherwise the dishwasher will start to smell, and we ain't got time for that. But the nice thing about the pre-wash is it does kind of what you're trying to do with the soak and with some of the rinsing and things like that. Now, that being said, one of the downsides of only depending on the pre-wash and not really rinsing stuff in your sink or dumping things down your trash is there is a food trap at the bottom of your dishwasher. So all of that liquid and all of those bits of food are going into a hole. And then I can't remember, some of them may have essentially like a blender or a garbage disposal on them that help blend and break down some food. I'm not sure if dishwashers have that. I honestly forgot. But regardless of if they have that, they have some sort of filter to where after all, the food has gone through, it catches some of the stuff and things like that. Well, that food trap can get kind of gross if you don't clean it. So for me, instead of having to clean that food trap, I typically lean towards rinsing a little bit more and not having to worry about my food trap because I know that most of the major food's already been removed. That being said, cleaning the food trap isn't necessarily a hard thing. Some people may find it a little bit gross, but most things that are gross are just because you don't do them very often. And then when you really think about it, it's like, oh, what this smells? Oh, that's annoying, but it lasts for like 30 seconds or 2 minutes while you take the thing out, clean it, and put it away. Now, if this is the first time you've ever heard of a food trap and you've never cleaned yours, then go to Google and type in how to clean my dishwasher food trap and figure it out. Because if you've never cleaned yours before, it might be pretty gross. Or if you live in an apartment, it might be pretty gross. So, fortunately for us, we have actually a new dishwasher when we moved in because the tenants before us did not take care of theirs and it had all sorts of issues, and so they replaced it. So we know ours is clean, which is nice. All right, so loading the dishwasher. Now I'm going to do that and maybe try and talk less. I don't know. No promises. The song we're listening to now is called Turn It Up, and I was thinking about turning the music up and crunching through some of these dishes, so I think that's what I'm going to do and try not talking quite as much. So one of the pro tip I did off camera maybe half an hour ago was I was starting to get a little warm from walking around. I'm wearing sweats and it was, I don't know what the temperature was, but I was getting warm, starting to get a little warm. And when you're moving around, you're cleaning, you're doing chores and stuff like that, that's going to happen. And if you know you're going to be moving around, cleaning, doing much stuff, working with hot water, one trick is to cut your AC down a little bit before you go do that. Or potentially take a stand fan and bring it with you. Especially if you're, I don't know, say a middle-aged woman who often are the ones who are doing a bunch of dishes and you may be going through menopause, maybe having hot flashes, things like that. By thinking ahead and recognizing that, hey, I may get hot here, and setting up either the air conditioner or the fan or potentially even an ice pack or a cold towel or something like that, or a cold drink, Another nice thing is to treat yourself as you're doing it. Is another hack to help you do your chores more often and enjoy them more is do something you like to do while you're doing your chore. So if you like to treat yourself with a nice little drink or smoke, if that's your thing, or you want to listen to some music or a podcast, or even just some like ambient noises or say ocean waves or sounds of nature and the birds and things like that. Like you can find all of these things now online, and you can just type in literally relaxing sounds or relaxing music to on YouTube or Google or Spotify and find some stuff to put on and find out what you like. And maybe there's some days where it's like, hey, I'm gonna do angry dishes, right? And then you put on some metal music and you really go at it and you really scrub the crap out of it. All right, so now I'm gonna do less talking and more washing. I don't put things in the dishwasher like this is custom printed. That would come off over time. There are some things that we decide to, but for things like this, which is a souvenir from a trip, Shout out to Groundbreaker Brewery in Portland, Oregon. Or this one here, which is Hair of the Dog Brewery, which I believe is also in Portland, Oregon. So these are from our trip to Portland years and years ago, and they're special to me. So I don't want their labels to peel off, so I will hand wash them, which only takes a couple seconds. Okay, back after finishing loading the dishwasher, a quick bathroom break, and wanted to point out that that Moonchild album has now finished, and so now I'm going to put on, and that was the last of their discography, from at least that's on Spotify. Went back as old as it could, finishing up with the album Be Free. And now I want to show you guys one of my favorite artists right now, who is Tom Misch. And if you're curious who or what I listen to most, pay attention to my Spotify 2022 Unwrapped. I'm gonna go through that later today. Actually, I haven't done it yet, so I'm looking forward to doing that. And that's something that I wanted to share with you, the internet, and I wanted to record some of my thoughts and feelings as I go through that, because music is something, as I mentioned earlier, that's extremely special to me, and I listen to all sorts of music. Big teaser, but I'm sure Tom Misch is one of the top listened to artists this year. And when I say this year, I mean 2022, so technically last year. And I went to his concert in Denver, which was really cool, and one of basically 2 concerts I've been to in the last 5 years or something like that, which is unfortunate. I want to go to more concerts. But anyways, I really like it, and I'm not 100% sure, but if I had to guess, my brother Stanton Garcia, what's up, bro? Told me about it. He's got a really good taste in music and tells me good music all the time. So I'm pretty sure he introduced me to Tom Misch. If somebody else did, please let me know. Or maybe I just found it on my own. I can't remember. But I know for sure that I had a really special experience with my brother when I went and saw it in Denver, me and Kenny. And we went up to Denver, and it was a special trip, which we'll tell you about some other time, because we actually captured a lot of that. We even tried to make a documentary in a day. So I'll make a note of that here, so we make sure to point to it in the future in my notes. So if you're just joining us, make sure to click the link below to see a notebook that shows how what we're doing throughout the day, and know that this notebook is a living thing that you can contribute to yourself. There's a link on there, so you can comment. You can let us know something you like, something you didn't like. You can give suggestions. You can tell me something that we could do better. You could interact with each other. But the whole point of having this graph is to have a shared notebook that we build together. And of course, you can comment on whatever platform you're on as well. But by going through and being more intentional and answering some of the specific questions that I've asked, it allows us to have a richer, deeper conversation, and it'll allow it to be cross-platform. Because right now we're streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, maybe even LinkedIn. I can't remember. But yeah, so I want to bring people together across all of those platforms. So without further ado, I'm going to put on the album Geography by Tom Misch, which is, I believe, his 2018 album, or one of his 2018 albums.
Something like that, because you want to make money, because you want to do a job. That's the wrong way. You have to do this because you love it. And it doesn't matter if you broke, you still gonna do it. I mean, I go out to jam sessions and I play regardless of whether I'm getting a check or not. It's about whether I'm you have to love this thing, man. You have to love it. Breathe. It's your morning comfort. It's your food. That's why you become an artist. Artist is a mirror of society.
know that I need you now. The key that I want to get with your lost in paradise. Lost. I hope that you're warm and safe. The memory that I can't replace with your lost in paradise. It was over in a day. All the things I used to say, you kept to say. All the places we would go, all the songs we got to know, you know. I know that I need you now. Keep that on together, you're lost in paradise. You say, memory that I can't replace, but you're lost in paradise. I know that I need you now. Keep that on together, you're lost in paradise. You're warm and safe. Memory that I can't replace, but you're lost in paradise. I know that I need you now. Keep that on together, you're lost in paradise. You're lost in paradise. I hope that you're warm and safe. The memory that I can't replace, but you're lost in Paris. You're lost in Paris. Need you know, keep it all together, you're lost in Paris. You're lost in Paris. I hope that you're warm and safe. The memory that I can't replace, but you're lost in Paris. I want to stay south of the river with the chains of the gold. We could be out there together, but we have places to go. Until the sunshine leaves the gray. I don't know why you wouldn't say you should go south of the river where the love is gold.
cheek brushes against his, smooth on stubble. And then it's gone. He walks on the platform in the dream. Finally, the one shouts, screams, stop. I ran across to him, taking him in my arms.
Baby, come back to me. Come back to me. Too much time on my phone. Baby, do you still think you know? Come back to me. That you move somewhere far away. Is your number the same as before? Can't ignore the time. May have changed your ways. Does my record still hang on the floor? Such a sentimental way to move. I hope it still touches you. Baby, come back to me. Come back. Kills me to see me, so I can't hold it. Baby, come back to me. Come back to me. Right now, black and white. Remember me, let's set the scene. It's funny. me far. It's like a special song. Move along. But I cannot say you can't do like it was. She told me at the baseline, everything will be alright. She told me that the groove is mine. We'll take us through the night. And where I'll go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful. You can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the way it's been clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's been clarity, running through me. I love the way it sings, all the joy that it brings. Remember skating down the road towards the park. I can never say no. You with that summer glow. The music gives me some when winter starts. She told me at the baseline, everything will be alright. She told me that the beat is mine. It runs through the night. And where I go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. Running through me. Yo, my way knows like ghosts, blues like dudes. Rhythm, soul that blues, the bounce to my bones, jazz in the spine. The hop is my home, rap is my grind. We ride it on the backside of life, we dance. She threw me a chance, my hands in my pants. Actually, my pockets holding me tight. Whispering a dream I can hold in the night. Look tight, a rhythm that's drumming my veins. Wake up and write it on the pad, pains. Like church, the organ on the night, tears. Like birth and crying that you know I'm here. Held by the song that gave me a name. Dressed by the verse that gave me a claim. It's just basic a line, sick to inhale. And if you look well, it already years to say you will be. A promise I live to play for the tree. Rooted in every single word with me. The nerve of heat, what knows the key. The music that opens the mind to be free. Whenever you're out here, the cause you can breathe. Beneath the clouds, look out to see. And clarity, harmony. So I'm harming me. Now won't be done. I stand protected by the laws of fun. I am perfected through the rhymes of run. Won't get displayed in the party's done. This music enlarge me with no aim. I've landed on some plane. Where I am, I can't explain. I'll never know, but it's beautiful. So you can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. I want to stay, but I need to go. I want to be your best with you, but I just don't know what to do. 'Cause baby, yes, I cried for you. The time that we expected, that we're fighting through this English weather. As the pressure builds, all this tension between you and me. Time has come so far, watching the leaves fall from our tree. Baby, I just want you to know I still love you, love you, love you.
And the grass is always greener on the other side. Maybe you should come with me sometime. Oh, you see me when they come tonight. You're tripping out your mind, baby. Tell me it's a sign.
Mr. Betts, I'm gonna tell you I would like to make mac and cheese for lunch.
Time has gone so fast, scorching the leaves fall from our dream. Baby, I just want you to know I still
Cornish hens. That's me. I'll add this to mac and cheese.
I'm gonna try veggies off then, I guess. Like, well, chop and stuff.
Yeah. For your lunch. You didn't eat it either? You're crazy. How much can I see my nipples? You can't see me on here, right?
Do you get any comments?
You can't make that. Oh, I'm gonna second one over.
Professional. Yes, sexy.
And no bra.
Clip that.
I'm a boy who was swallowed by the sky, by the flashing lights. I were mine, I lost big dark blue. He came out alive. I were a boy, I were a man that lived a life like you. I knew a time, I knew a place to fall in love like you. I was born a water baby, swimming with these waves, lose a ton away the sunshine. I will live for things that break me, swimming with these times, lose a ton away the sunshine.
Okay, so for those who have been around, you'll know that I cleaned the kitchen, loaded the dishwasher, finished up in the dishwasher first, loaded the dishwasher, and told you guys a whole bunch about cleaning the kitchen as well as a lot of the gear around your kitchen and so much more, including plenty of tangents, including some music and some other various things. So now we're moving into the next stage, which involves a woman wearing no bra, as she's informed me. That's my wife, Danielle.
Hello.
So that's actually her official title. We were talking about titles earlier. Her title is Woman with No Bra. But we're now moving into the lunch portion of our activities today. And for lunch, we have Danielle doing what she does about 11 times out of 10 when it comes to lunch. And what's that, Danielle?
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. So why do you like mac and cheese so much? You heard it here first. That is why she likes mac and cheese so much. So if that
It's a
interests you-
101. It's big as flex. I don't know. It's the Queen Herbie song.
Nice. So how do you typically make your mac and cheese?
Start with my favorite box. Mac and cheese.
I'm immature.
And then, so you just make it per the box instructions. Always do the option that says to add butter to make it a richer flavor because, yeah, butter makes it better. And then I'm going to usually I add some kind of like American cheese, Velveeta, some sort of shredded cheese. But today I'm going to add some queso for that extra cheesy goodness. There you go.
Nice. I'm reading the ingredients.
The water's ready for the noodles.
Oh my goodness. For me, so for a lot of lunches, Danielle will make mac and cheese. And then the other option is to get something out of the fridge, right? And so if we open the fridge, as you may have noticed if you're watching, cleaned out a few things that were a little bit older, and then grabbed pretty much all of the already prepared food items and put them all out on the counter. And this is where I try and figure out how to combine things. And this is one of my favorite things about cooking. And when you get to the level of cooking where you can just see ingredients and look in your fridge, look in your freezer, look in your pantry, at the things that you have already. Hopefully you have some sorts of staples. If not, know that in our course, Kickstart Your Kitchen, we talk all about how to stock the staples in the fridge, the freezer, and the pantry, including suggestions on what you should get. And we recognize that not everyone's going to be able to afford to stock their staples with everything, right? So we help you identify what's most important to start out with. So anyways, utilizing the staples, as well as some of the leftovers, and then doing some remixing. Like a lot of people don't recognize that cooking is a mix of art and science, and creativity is through food is one of my favorite and most often used ways to be creative and combine things together. And the cool thing is that Danielle and I have very adventurous palates, and we'll try pretty much anything at least once. And we've eaten many different types of foods over the years. From all over the world. And so right now we have some shabu shabu leftovers. We've got two kinds. And it's just the tail end. So it's not enough to be by itself. And these are some udon noodles. And then also have some refried beans and some rotel, which is, it's canned. Both of these things were canned. So they came out of our pantry some other day when we were kind of scrounging some stuff up. And rotel is tomatoes and chilies, and it's kind of like a pico, sort of. But one of the easiest ways to make a queso dip is Velveeta, which is the American cheese that Danielle was mentioning earlier, and then rotel. You basically take a block of Velveeta and a can of rotel, and you have the easiest queso dip in the world. And it's very solid, actually, especially for how easy it is. You literally just microwave it until it melts, or put it on a pan on low, or put it in a crock pot. And then when it melts and is creamy, eat it with tortilla chips or tortillas. So anyways, we have rotel and beans and some cilantro here, or for those who aren't in the U.S., coriander. Coriander leaves, to be specific. In case you didn't know, cilantro is the leaves of the coriander plant, and coriander is like the seeds. I believe. I could be wrong about that. Fact check me. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. Anyway, so sometimes I would combine these things, but for today I'm just going to have the shabu shabu by itself. And then if I'm still hungry, I'm going to make probably a little egg taco with the other stuff. But do you have a second to tell people what shabu shabu is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let Danielle tell you about what shabu shabu is and what each of these kinds are. So
Yes.
go for it.
So I first fell in love with shabu shabu on a lunch break in California, where it's really like one of those meals where it's like an experience. So, oh, pardon me. Wow, this almost bubbled over. Let me turn it down a little bit. I just always like to ruin Reed's super clean stovetop right after he wipes it off. And shabu shabu, it means swish swish. Because, so there's like a multi-stage part of the meal. It's sort of like Chinese hot pot, if you've heard of that. So you have you choose your broth. Then they heat up the broth in front of you. Then you get a plate of veggies and your noodles that you also get to pick which kind you want. Like I got ramen in this one, and then we got udon noodles, which is the I think more traditional noodle that comes with shabu shabu if you don't like specify. And then you order your meat that you want. And there's pork, beef, chicken, a bunch of different kinds of beef. But you order what kind of meat you want, and then they bring it in really thin slices. And so you take the really thin sliced meat in your chopsticks, raw meat, just swish it in the broth. If it's pork or chicken, you have to do it a little bit more times. But if it's beef, you can just do like 6 to 10 swishes back and forth. And then it's done. And you get to make your own little customized dipping sauces. There's always, or usually, peanut-based sauce that's like creamier, opaque, so not see-through. And then they have like a clear ponzu sauce, which is like a citrusy, savory,
Soy sauce.
umami. It's like soy sauce, but not as salty as soy sauce, just on its own. And then so you take the meat from the swish swish, and then you dip it in one of the sauces, and then you move it to your rice bowl that's in front of you, and then eat the meat on top of the bed of rice. And that's just the first part of the meal. Then you dump your veggies in, you dump your noodles in, and you have a noodle soup at the end that's now been seasoned by you cooking your meat in the broth. So there you go, the shabu shabu experience.
Yeah, and the cool thing about shabu shabu is that generally the portions are very large, at least here in America, the ones we've been to.
Mm-hmm.
And so
So
because
you
of
always
that,
get like
you pretty much always
a
get
container
leftovers.
like this.
Yeah.
Of your noodles and veggies and broth.
And so we ate there, and then we had leftovers once, and now I'm gonna have leftovers again. So it eats for a while, so it's actually pretty good value, and it's a fun experience. In case you've not tried something like this before, it's one of a handful of types of restaurant experiences where you are actually a big part of the meal and you're helping to cook the meal. In this case, you're literally cooking the meal, and you're deciding what you get to put in and what not. So it's a great way to kind of mess around with cooking. Like if you've never been a cook, like you can go to shabu shabu and still make some decision and try something and taste it. Do you like it? Do you not? Do you want to add a little bit more of this? Do you like this sauce with that meat? Do you like that rice? Do you like your wife's better than yours, so you steal her bowl? It's kind of all up to you.
Oh yeah, my broth was definitely better this time. We got, you should talk about the broths yet?
Yeah.
So we got a spicy miso, and then
What's miso real quick? Do you know?
soy.
Yeah, so miso is like
She says with a question mark.
miso is like fermented soybeans. And if you don't know what fermenting means, we'll talk about that some other day. Don't worry about it. But it basically is aging the thing and adds more flavor because of some sciencey things that go on. And so miso is like a base that's used in a lot of Asian material. So yeah, you may have heard of miso horny, which is not related to miso paste. But you may have heard of miso soup. It's a very, very common thing, I think, especially in Japanese restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Chinese too, I can't remember. But definitely Japanese.
Yeah, definitely sushi restaurants.
Yeah.
Like your bento box, a lot of times you'll get free miso soup.
Yeah, so that's miso. And then the other one is tonkatsu, which is, tonkatsu is
Pork.
Yeah, so it's a pork broth. So I'm pretty sure they take pork bones and things like that, and boil them in water with a bunch of seasoning and stuff like that over time to create the broth. And actually, so shabu shabu, in case you didn't already say, means swish swish in Japanese. That's from the cooking, right? And so when you do shabu shabu, the broth itself isn't too heavily seasoned, because you're going to add your own spices and potentially chili oil and potentially sesame oil, and then you have the sauces that Danielle talked about. So you can kind of, like, the base is like a palette for you to be able to, or a canvas for you to be able to paint however you want. So anyway, so we've got the tonkatsu and the spicy miso. So that's what I'm going to eat, the shabu shabu stuff, and then a couple other interactive dining experiences that I highly recommend, that are similar. So hot pot, which is kind of a Chinese similar version of this Japanese shabu shabu we're talking about right now. And then there's also Korean barbecue, which instead of being a bowl of broth, it's literally like a grill, sometimes with charcoal, sometimes just gas, and you're cooking raw meat on the grill right in front of yourself. So that's kind of cool. And I know a lot of Americans have probably been to, or at least seen, a hibachi cooking experience, which is also Japanese, I believe. But that one is when the hibachi cook is doing all the cooking for you, and it's more of a show for you. And that's the ones where they'll take all the utensils, like, and they'll have the big tall chef's hat, and they'll take the egg and they'll throw it up in your hat, and they'll take onions and they'll make a volcano of fire and do a bunch of cool things like that. That is very entertaining, but you're not the one doing cooking. So anyways, so I'm gonna have that for leftovers. Danielle's working on her mac and cheese. So
Together well.
yep. So with that, I'll probably turn the music back up a little bit. I think I'm going to take a little time to just focus on eating, and I'm probably going to read my book a little bit, to take a little bit of break from all this talking I've been doing. And then we'll get back to you guys a little later. So that was the end of Tom Mish's album Geography from 2018. I'm gonna put on another one of his albums called What.
Sorry.
I'm gonna put on another album of his called What Kind of Music, which is actually a collaboration between him and another artist. I believe it's Yusuf. Yusuf Days in 2020. So Geography and What Kind of Music are probably two of my favorite albums of his. So enjoy. Oh, and as a reminder, in case you're just joining us, or if you forgot, or you just haven't clicked the link yet, there's a link in the description for the stream that shows essentially our notebook of what we're doing today. And as we talk about various things, I'll add bullet points to it. And there are things on there right now, literally as we've done it. But we'll continue to change that, manipulate that in the future. And of course, we want to hear from you guys and we want to interact with you guys. And there's a special form on that notebook so you can actually submit things directly to the notebook. You can give us your thoughts, your comments, your reactions, your praise, your hate. You can also tell us we missed something. You can point out links to us. You can tell us about some of your favorite music. So yeah, you can do all of that stuff using the link below. So you can also just see, hey, the albums that we've listened to today, including links to their Spotify channel. So. If you've never used one of these before, I highly recommend using them and getting them. I call it a Chinese soup spoon. I honestly don't know what it's called, but we'll eventually put a link to it on our notes. I mean, compared to the typical spoon that you would use, especially here in America, this is just like a tablespoon. It's literally, this measures out to a tablespoon. So, in case you didn't know, fun fact for you, there are two spoon sizes that exist for the most part in silverware cutlery. There is the teaspoon and the tablespoon. So you can see that their size is a little different. Maybe it's like that, it's easiest to see. And in case you didn't know, 3 teaspoons equals 1 tablespoon. So if you don't have any measuring cups or anything like that, you can just grab your spoons and figure out which one you have. If you have both, the bigger one, it's a tablespoon, the smaller one, it's a teaspoon. But anyways, this is a tablespoon, whereas this is a lot more liquid and also can include more chunks of your soup or your meat or whatever it is you're eating. So I highly recommend these things. Much more sippable too. So once we got these, it's pretty much what we use every time we use a stew or a soup. And if you don't have one already, get a microwave cover. Put it on top. Your microwave always stays clean. This thing gets splattered, you literally can rinse it off in like 2 seconds in the sink. Another thing we do is we have 2 of these, so if one starts to get really nasty, we'll throw it in the dishwasher, grab the extra one, just like the backups we talked about earlier under the sink when we were refilling our hand soap. By having 2 of the things that you use all the time, when one gets dirty, you just grab the clean one and use it. Alright, so even how I fill up my water cup, I've thought about and have a system for it. That's how ridiculous I am, but yet also all the reason why you should listen to me more, because I think about these things a lot. Which I know is finished. Just for a second while I talk here. Alright, thanks. So, again, in case you weren't here earlier, this is a tumbler, 32-ounce tumbler. I didn't mention it earlier, but it's what's called a double-walled or a vacuum-sealed tumbler. So there's 2 layers of metal. There's one on the inside, one on the outside, and there's an air gap in between. It's actually probably a vacuum, which means they suck all of the air out of there. And the reason they do that is because it insulates. If you've ever used a cooler or an ice chest, it's the same kind of thing, just in a cup. And so that enables things to stay in here cold for a very long time, or hot for a very long time. It helps maintain whatever temperature that you put in there. So if you're making coffee at home and you're making it using a traditional drip machine, one thing to make yourself have better coffee is to, as soon as it's done making, pour it into an insulated tumbler like this, or a similar insulated vessel, and let that keep it hot instead of having it sit on the hot plate, because that's what leads to your coffee burning and tasting not so great. So if instead, as soon as it's done, you pour it into an insulated container, it'll stay hot, and this thing can keep things hot, I think like 12 hours or something like that. Pretty long time. So it'll probably still be pretty good temperature for you by the time you drink it. But anyways, so back to how, well, let me try and make it a bit better for short. Here's how I make the ultimate water cup. First, I get a double-walled 32-ounce tumbler. This is by the brand Arctic. We'll put a link below. And then I get ice. And I use two kinds of ice. I use a very large ice cube like this. You may have seen an ice cube like this if you're in the cocktail world or you go to a bar. It's a very large ice cube. And this mold here is the brand Tovolo. I like it a lot. I've had it for years. I have big ones like this. I have some smaller ones as well. But what I do is I take one of these big ice cubes, I put it in my tumbler, and then I get the regular ice from the ice maker I have and use that. And this ice is like this type of shape. You may have seen kind of crescent moon shape. And Lincoln likes the ice tax, so we talk about that in our Clayton Martini video. So we'll link that below so you can hear the story. But they give Lincoln a piece of ice. So now we have this smaller ice, which is going to melt faster, and it will help the water get cold faster. And then the large ice cube is not going to melt as quickly, so that is going to stay cold for longer. So by using one big ice cube and then some smaller ice cubes, I get my water cold fast, so I make sure I get it really cold because I like my water cold, and it stays cold for a really long time between all of the ice I'm using, the big ice cube, and the double-walled tumbler. So that is how I make my perfect ice water that I drink every day. And I just use tap water, even though we have a Brita filter or pure filter or whatever. I just use good old tap water. I know that may not be the best everywhere, but it's probably okay. And there's a website which we'll eventually link below, or one of you guys can help us out with, where you can check the quality of your local water to see how good or how bad is it. But at the end of the day, like, the important thing about water is that you're drinking it. So if you don't like the taste of it, try something else. Your filter, you can get one in your refrigerator, you can get one that goes underneath your sink, you can get one that sits on the counter. There's so many different kinds. The main thing I kindly ask you is don't buy individual water bottles, please. Or if you're going to, have that be your least used thing. I have a friend, I'm not going to name any names, but his name is Trey, and he just buys cases and cases of water bottles, and it's just like, bro, use a larger bottle or get a filter for the environment. Anyways, the real note on that is, for me, the way I look at how I impact the environment, I try and, as a consumer, minimize what's called single-use plastics, because that's a huge thing that we do. Everywhere you go to eat, everywhere you go to shop, you're getting these plastics that you're using just for one time. And the plastic doesn't break down for decades, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, scientists or fact checkers. But then that stuff lives in our landfills and things like that, and especially if it doesn't get recycled, right? So we try and minimize your use of single-use plastics. That's a great place to start in being slightly more environmentally conscious, and it's really not that hard to do once you start paying attention to it. In case you didn't connect those two, water bottles, individual water bottles, is one of the most popular, in my opinion, one of the worst cases of using single-use plastic. Because the other thing too is that means that you now spent time, energy, money, and resources to literally bottle up water that's from some other stream somewhere else in America, then put it through a processing plant, do all this stuff to it, then put it on a truck, and then ship it out, and then get moved around by somebody else, then sold. And it's like, that doesn't all need to happen when we have a national water that's actually pretty good overall. So please stop buying bottled water. Or buy really big bottles.
All right, that ended the Tom Misch and Yusuf Day's album, What Kind of Music? So I finished eating, so I'm gonna finish this last couple pages of this chapter, put away the food I didn't eat, clean up, start the dishwasher, and then we're gonna pause it there for now. May end up getting back on again later, not sure, but need to go take care of a few things and also have a little bit of time where I'm not live on camera. So without further ado, I'll play one more song called Money by Tom Misch and, well, Tom Misch is actually the featured. The main artist is Michael Kiwanuka. And I may have pronounced that wrong, but it's close. And the song is called Money. And if you've not listened to Michael Kiwanuka before, he is a really good artist to listen to as well. Super chill and can be very relaxing, but also some of his songs have a really cool groove to them. And this is one of those. Probably his most famous song, or one of his most famous songs was Babe, what's that TV show with blonde, legally blonde girl, and the other tall, famous blonde girl, and it's the beach town?
Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon and
Oh my god.
yeah. Anyways, what's the song? What's the movie?
Big Little Lies
Big Little Lies.
on HBO.
Uh,
show.
So if you've not seen the show, Big Little Lies, featuring Reese Witherspoon and Nicole Kidman, among other people, including what's the older white lady?
Oh, in the second season, Meryl Streep.
Meryl
Did she
Streep
come in?
is in the second season, and then what's is the guy from You ever seen Step Brothers?
Yeah, he's
His-
like the dad
yeah,
who sings the.
yeah. the guy from Step Brothers, who's, I don't know his actor's name, unfortunately. Sorry, man. But the guy who's singing "Sweet Child of Mine"
Yeah.
in Step Brothers, the dad in that movie, he's also in that show. So it's kind of a lot of stars in the show, but it's a really good show.
Ooh, Zoe Kravitz too.
Oh, Zoe Kravitz. In case you don't know, she's a wonderful actress and maybe a musician as well. I'm not 100% sure on that. But she's also the daughter of Lenny Kravitz, who's definitely a musician, very popular in the 90s, maybe early 2000s. Anyways, the show Big Little Lies is about a town, Monterey, California.
Yeah, that's where the show is set. The book is like a coast.
Who's the book?
Leanne Moriarty.
Well, why don't you just come tell people about the show and the book? Real quick?
It's fine.
Thanks. Well, you fill in the last couple details.
Yeah, I guess an ensemble show where I don't know if that's a good term for it, but yeah, it's a big cast. It's like all these different moms are taking their kids to school, and then like there's like the drama at the school of like the moms and the kids that are having problems with each other. And at the beginning, you're told that there was some sort of accident at a like PTA fundraiser night. They did like a bingo night or a karaoke night. And there's some sort of accident, but you don't know who or what exactly happened until the season finale of the first season. And it's one of my favorite books. So it's a pretty long book, I think. And they did a really, really good job with the show adaptation.
Who's the author of the book? And why do you like her?
Oh, so the author of the book is Leanne Moriarty. And I'm trying to remember the first book that I read of hers. It might have been The Husband's Secret. Another early one I read was Big Little Lies. And then right around that same time of like discovering her, I also read What Alice Forgot. And that might be my favorite Leanne Moriarty book. But I love her because I think she's really good at writing what's going on inside the heads of the characters. And she's able to do that from like a third person point of view, which normally the novels that I like reading are first person, present tense. So you're like in the mind of the main character as the events are happening to that character versus being told from the perspective of like, it's like for What Alice Forgot. Oh, Alice is walking to the store. That's third person. So there, little tangent.
So, the theme song for that show
Is a song by Michael Kiwanuka.
and it is called
Cold Little Heart. And if after we play this first song, I'll probably play it too because we talked about it so much, but it's a really cool song. And there's the radio edit, which is like 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but then there's an extended version, which I like as well, and maybe even more. I guess it just kind of depends on the mood I'm in. But the show will have, some portion of that song as part of the trailer or intro, or maybe both. So anyways, that's a little bit about Michael Kiwanuka. He's pretty cool. But now we're going to play his song. That's Michael Kiwanuka with Tom Misch. And the song is called Money. And it's one of my favorite songs of both of theirs. From 2019.
20,000 go. Girl, I wanna talk to you. I can hear your mother speak. 100 million, maybe more than I could ever see. I could buy an aeroplane, fly you all around the world, spending when I feel so, spending 'cause I'm all alone. Girl, I wanna make you mine. Can't keep your heart to beat. I would give you every night, more than I could ever be. All my lies, it's no surprise we money tries to ruin everything, paint in disguise. Money can cover up the lies. I need true love tonight. All money lies, it's no surprise we money tries to ruin everything, paint in disguise. Money can cause a man to cry.
Okay, and now I'm going to play the longer version of Cold Little Heart by Michael Kiwanuka.
Did you ever want it? Did you want it back? Oh my, tear me apart. Did you ever fight it? All the pain, so much pride, running through my veins. Bleeding, I'm bleeding. I grow a little off. Oh, I can't stand myself. And I don't in this heart. I can live, or I can die. I believe if I just try. You believe in you and I. Did you ever notice I've been ashamed all my life? I've been playing games. We can try to hide it. It's all the same. I've been losing one day at a time. Bleeding, I'm bleeding. My growing long. Oh, I can't stand myself. And I don't in this heart. I can live, or I can die. I believe if I just stop. You believe in you and I. In my heart, in this heart. I can live. this time I can be strong. But since I know who I am, probably wrong. Maybe this time I can go far. Thinking about where I've been, helping me start.
Okay, so the last thing I'm going to do on camera, so hopefully you see that the kitchen is clean. There's Danielle's mac and cheese pot soaking right there. Other than that, you just need to put away these couple dishes here. I've got a bottle here that I'm going to make some simple syrup for cocktails. We'll probably either do that later today or tomorrow, maybe Thursday, no promises. And then another bottle I have out is this squeeze bottle, which is another staple that I like to have for the kitchen. Another piece of gear that I really like to have. And that is sriracha mayo, typically in this one. We just finished up the last of it, so I need to make some more of that. So we'll probably maybe do those at a similar time. But yeah, the last thing I was going to do is show you the dishwasher, the last couple of steps on that. So first off is, what do you put in your dishwasher? And if you do the things I mentioned earlier when you're loading the dishwasher, and of course more details and all of that within the course Kickstart Your Kitchen, all sections on dishwashing both by hand and the dishwasher itself, more detail. In some ways more details than we went into today, in other ways a little different. So encourage you to check that out. But if you're doing that, especially if you're using the pre-wash container, then it doesn't really matter what detergent you use. You can use literally the cheapest thing. So look for basically the cheapest per load. So this is just Walmart brand generic dishwashing powder. Okay. And one thing I didn't mention earlier, but I definitely want to mention, because it's the best source on dishwashers I've ever seen, both throughout my research and then later on when I found this research when I was doing the research for the course. And it's by a YouTube channel called Technology Connections. Unfortunately, I'm blanking on the guy's real life name because he doesn't really say it very much. It's possible it's Alex, could be completely wrong, but it's called Technology Connections. So let me go double check that and put that link in the notes real quick.
So his name is Alec with a C. I was pretty close. I'm actually pretty proud of myself. I'm usually not very good at remembering names. But yes, it's called Technology Connections. I put a link to the channel and his Patreon and the 2 dishwasher videos that he did, which I think are the best dishwasher videos on the internet. Now, obviously, I know not everyone wants to watch. I think one's 30 minutes, one's 45 minutes or something like that. So that's completely understandable. Know that I've watched that and I've extracted things that I can and included them today in what I've taught you. And also, I took a bunch of notes when I watched those videos the first time, and I'm going to include those all in our notebook. And in case you haven't looked at it yet, the link in the description goes to our company's public notebook, where you can see today we're at 5 hours and 27 minutes. And I've just literally been trying to brain dump and transfer as much knowledge as I can to you guys, just so we're on the same page. This has been completely free. And I'm trying to teach you guys everything I can, because I've learned so much. And I've now, as I've had this company, Helpful for Life, helpfulforlife.com, which I don't even know if I've said that yet. The whole purpose is to make you better people and help you live better lives and do more of what you want to do in life. And I know a lot of you don't even know what that is, so we can help you figure that part out. Also, we can help you figure out things like drugs and sex and in-laws and deciding what schools to go to or what to study or when to switch a job or what should you put on your resume, and how do you find love, how do you make friends, how do you have a difficult conversation with your mom. So there's all sorts of things that we're going to talk about. And again, within our notes, we're going to link to things that we've talked about today into the future. So today is, what's today, babe? Do you know?
Today?
The 10th?
10th, yeah.
January 10th, 2022. And, some of you guys may have looked at the title of this thing, which I named People Are Going to Ask If You've Seen This Thing, or something along those lines. And you're like, oh, Reed, that's kind of clickbaity. Why would you do something like that? You're so self-important, blah, 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 blah. Well, the reality is I think that what we're doing here is a completely new type of way to create, share, and collaborate on content, and a way for ideas to be shared more efficiently, a way for you to see how things start from when they're the raw, original first thought of an idea, and how they develop into content, and some of that's raw content like this live stuff, and some of it will be produced content, and some of it will end up being within courses. And as you may know, if you've done any type of producing yourself, generally the shorter the content is, the more time it takes to make. It's kind of weird how that works. If you ever Super Bowl commercials, not only do they cost so much, for that 30 seconds or whatever, just to have the spot, but they cost a lot to produce in general, because you're trying to get everything as dense as possible. So when we do things like this that are live and me just talking for literally 5.5 hours, there's so much value that you can pick up. And that's one of the big things I've learned from all of the learning that I've done. I've always been a very curious person, learned all sorts of things through podcasts, books, movies, TV shows, people, YouTube. YouTube's huge for me. And I've been doing that now for 31, almost 32 years. And I'm trying to now help share a lot of the things that I've learned, and tap into you out there, because I know that you have learned a lot. And I know that also, if I give you guys prompts and point you in the right direction or ask you the right questions, you guys can figure out a lot too, and help us create a wealth of information that everyone can use to become better. So that's a big thing about what we're doing today. And that's why people are going to ask if you've seen this, because I think it's the first time something has been debuted like this. And I think that it's going to be one of the cornerstones of our company and how we are able to affect change across the world. And a lot of it is focused on the individual and recognizing that each of you guys have value and you do know things, even though a lot of people may treat you as stupid or assume you don't know things. And that doesn't matter if you know you're intelligent or not. We don't give each other very much respect these days. And we also are afraid to appear dumb or like we don't know what we're talking about, when in reality there's just so much freaking things going on in the world, and they're very complex issues that are very multifaceted, which is a fancy way of saying there's a lot of different angles to it, a lot of things to consider. and pretty much none of you guys know a lot of the most important topics. Really, you have these feelings about them and you have these thoughts about them, but you haven't taken the time to really dive into them. And I don't expect you guys to dive into all of them. That's what we're here for. So we're here to help dive into all of these things and talk about it in a curious, caring way where we're trying to learn and we're trying to work together with people from all over the world. And we're trying to tap into experts from all of the various communities that exist already. We're also going to be creating more communities that do not exist. And today is just day one. And that's why people are going to ask if you've seen this, is because this was the first day that I've done something like this. This has been something that I've thought about for a very long time. And I've thought about this and worked with Kenny, Lieutenant Dan. If you don't know what that means, you'll have to check that out earlier in the stream, or potentially in the notes if we have that in there, or at the very least in the transcript. So yeah, we'll be transcribing that using some of those tools for thoughts that we talked about earlier. And we also have a recording from Loom, and we'll be getting the transcript from all this stuff via Otter. These notes are all within Roam Research, and we're also leveraging Notion as well. And you'll see in the notes that I put today, like a lot of the songs that I put, all of the albums that we've listened to, the couple of singles that we listened to, and also information about the movies we talked about and the books that I'm reading. And actually, I read a couple chapters of my book over lunch, and I had some good thoughts on it that I'll give you guys another day, because what I did was I took some highlights and now I have that saved to something called Readwise, which then incorporates into my own private notebook. And so I'll show you guys more about that another day. But anyways, if you found any of this valuable or even not, please let me know. What do you think? How could we do this better? What part did you find interesting? What part did you find boring? Is there something you want to learn more about? Are there questions you have? Are there things you disagree with what I've done? Like, that's the big thing that I'm starting out with and I'm very open about. I am not scared to be wrong. I know I'm wrong about a lot of things, and things that I'm not wrong about today, I know may change in the future, and I may be wrong about them in the future. Or maybe just my opinion or my preference will change in the future. So I want you guys to help shape that. So with all of that being said, back to the dishwasher. You guys may remember a few hours back when I said, hey, let me show you how to clean the kitchen and do some dishes. I don't know if you guys realized what you were in for, but that's kind of what my life is like. And that's kind of what our business is like. We jump from all of these random things, but yet they're all still somehow magically connected. And inside of my mind, inside of my personal notebook, and now I'll be doing more and more publicly, are all these ideas and things and movies and TV shows and books and ideas and people, some that I know personally in my real life and have rubbed real shoulders with, real, not virtual ones. And then there's a lot of people that I'm going to introduce you to that I've never even met in person. And some of those are the best relationships that I've had, which is one of the marvels of what we're able to do today with the amazing technology we have. And the cool thing is as an electrical engineer, I can explain to you how everything works, literally down to the microchip and all the way up to the high global level, right? So earlier in the very beginning of this video, I started off with a handful of questions, like something along the lines of, who the hell is this guy? What is he trying to do? And how is he going to do it? And I've only kind of partially addressed each of those things today. That wasn't really the complete focus. It was a little bit of, hey, let me just show you what this could look like. And let me get the V1 of this out so you guys can see, we can poke, we can prod, we can try on our end. I've already have a couple of to-dos within our notebook, which you can actually see. So that way we know, hey, let's go follow up and fix these couple things. And then of course, the way these notes are going to work is, realistically speaking, I and my team only have so much time. So the downside of doing something like this is when you create 5.5 hours of content, that's a lot of content to sift through, and it's a lot of content to edit or turn into other things. So we're going to do some stuff, but we would love your help with some of those things as well. And some of those are, literally, we could use help with video editing and social media and things like that. And some of it's also just watching things and sharing and highlighting within this 5.5 hours, like which parts did you really resonate with, which parts did you really like. Let us know, and also share it with your friends.
But give us a timestamp and say, hey, like this part I really liked. And then when you start to highlight things like that, we can create clips that are going to be a little more digestible and easier to get your friends and family to watch. And they may have some fancier graphics and some sound effects and things like that. And they may be edited in a way to where the average person could watch it without knowing anything about this and not having any idea who I am, much less what we're trying to do here. So that's how this whole thing is going to work. We're going to have these kind of longer form things where we're talking and doing things. And today it just happened to be dishes. Tomorrow we're going to be doing disc golf, which is one of my favorite hobbies and sports. And also tomorrow, going to be doing, I've now done it for 1 year, 2 years, something like that, where I'm coaching. I coach 2 entrepreneurs, and then I have what's called like a mastermind meetup with another entrepreneur. So I have those meetings in the afternoon, and tomorrow morning we'll be doing the disc golf. And at some point, again, no promises, but maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, maybe later this week, I'm going to introduce you guys to video games, because that's a huge part of my life. And I think it's an amazing tool that you can use for all sorts of things. And regardless of what you think you know about video games, there's so much more, because I know a lot and I've been involved in video games since I was a wee lad. So let's say 27 years or something like that. And I'm an electrical engineer and I'm a nerd. And I have plenty of friends who play video games. So I'm pretty deep into video games, relatively deep into video games. And that only means I know how deep the well really is and how many different types of games there are, and it just keeps changing. So anyways, naturally, I could keep going on forever as Danielle taps her foot in the other room and listens from around the corner. But let's finish up with the dishwashing. So you got your powder, your cheapest powder, the 2 spots you want to put it in the pre-wash, and I only do it about half full, and the same with the main wash. One issue with a lot of washing, both dishwashers and laundry machines, is that people put too much detergent. And you can play around with it, see your specific machine, but try putting less and see how it goes. So again, if you watched earlier, you'll know just how important that pre-wash is, especially if you have a bunch of baked on stuff or tough spots or whatnot. So that's this one here. And then there's the main wash. And then I'll close the main wash because otherwise it would all become the pre-wash. And then this here is Finish Jet Dry. And that is essentially just this blue liquid stuff, which I can't pull out because it's stuck right now, but it's called what's called a rinse aid. And that's something that is during the rinse cycle of the dishwasher. So it does the pre-wash, it washes things off, it does the main wash, basically blows a bunch of hot water, soapy water all over your dishes over and over again, basically. Then there's a rinse cycle, just like if you go to the car wash, there is a rinse cycle with the car wash. And that's just water and then a little bit of that rinse aid. And what that rinse aid does is it helps the dishes dry, and it helps prevent water spotting and things like that. And it uses only just the tiniest amount. So you buy 1 bottle of this rinse aid and it'll last you probably for months. So just every now and then I just kind of top it off, and it pretty much is never empty. So that being said, the last couple things I like to do, so I'll just show you what my dishwasher looks like. So you can see it ended up being pretty full, both from some of the stuff we already had out, some of the stuff we had from lunch. You can see these bowls are kind of dirty. And so I made sure to leave space in between them. There's actually an empty spot where you could fit another bowl in there, but I leave it more spaced out to make sure it gets plenty of water. And although those things are somewhat crowded, there's still plenty of space for the water. Same thing down here, and you'll notice that like the spoons are not really nested together or anything like that. I split them out. I put spoon, 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 fork, 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 kind of spread them out that way. And then the last thing I like to do is I take my hand and I spin the spinner around, because a lot of times what can happen is when you spin the spinner, it'll hit something. And if it's hitting something, that means while you're trying to wash, that's going to be hitting, say you have like a utensil dangling down or a fork or something that's poking all the way through or whatnot, then that's going to possibly damage your dishwasher. But at the very least, it's going to make it work harder and not be as efficient. And maybe not as clean either. So I like to do that as a last test to make sure. And then one other thing that can happen with some dishwashers is the dishwasher, the door doesn't open. So especially if you have the kind that pops open like that, like towards the interior of the well, whereas this one swings side to side, it doesn't go inside. Especially if it flips open, if you have anything that's blocking it. So like in this case, there's a bowl there. Let's say, this thing was here and the door tries to open, it hits that and doesn't open, then your soap doesn't get open. And I know some people have had this happen in their life where like, oh, why didn't the soap come out? Or they start to wash or they go to dump the dishes and they realize the dishes aren't clean because the dispenser door is blocked. So that's why I look at all the dishes, make sure there's nothing too crammed. I spin the propeller thing in the bottom, and then I make sure this is closed, make sure there's nothing blocking. And I do that every time. I know some people are like, oh, why do you do that every time? Well, it's like, well, that way I always know it's going to work every time. 60% of the time, it works every time. That's a movie quote. Let me know if you know what movie that is. Then I lock the dishwasher door. And every time I press the normal wash button. Most dishwashers, if you press the start button, it'll run the same cycle you ran last time. But the problem with that is sometimes, say there was a power cycle, or say you ran some specialty cycle some other time, it's not going to reset to that normal wash. So again, by me pressing the normal wash and then looking at my options, I like to have high temp rinse, wash, and heated dry, because again, it helps it get more clean and more dry faster. So I make sure all of those options are good every time, and then I hit start. And then I have this little dishwasher magnet here, which is dirty. I flip it over to clean, and I say, Alexa, oops, sorry, I triggered all of yours. Set a dishwasher timer for 2 hours.
Dishwasher timer, 2 hours, starting now.
So sorry for using the A word. Hopefully I didn't trigger your devices. But I set a timer for how long the dishwasher is. And our cycle is somewhere between 1 hour and 15 minutes and 2 hours. And that way, I now have a trigger to go and a reminder to go dump the dishwasher when it's done. And if you don't have that, then guess what? You come to do dishes next time, you come to cook next time, and then you don't have anywhere for your dirty dishes to go, which then leads to them piling up, which, as we talked about early on, that's what leads to you always having dirty dishes. So again, trying to think about the entire system from beginning to end. Where did the dishes come from? Why are there the number there are? Are there any ways we can reduce them? Are there any ways we can reuse them? Are we recycling the things that we could be recycling? Is there a way for us to reduce waste, for example, by using reusable towels? And I don't know if you saw on the video, but I was using cloth napkins. It's another thing I started to do to help reduce how many paper products I use. Reduce paper products and single-use plastics, and those are two things you can do as a consumer to help minimize your impact on the environment. So, all of that being said, I think here is a good time to stop. So again, one last couple things. This mic, as we called it, the binaural microphone, things that make it as if you are here. So you can put in your headphones and it sounds like you're sitting right there where this little fake head is sitting. So that's something we're using today, and we'll use for other things too. For example, I did a meditation to start this off. I did the 9-minute meditation, but one of the other meditations we did was a gong meditation, which I'd never even heard of a gong meditation until I met Megan, and I went to her house to go film it. And oh my goodness, it is so cool because the gong, like, it vibrates and you feel it in the room. And now the unfortunate thing is you may not be able to feel that same thing unless you have a really good sound system or really good headphones. But yeah, so if you have a really good sound system, whether that's in your car or at your home theater or a friend's house or whatever, crank it up, listen to it. It's kind of like a different type of surround sound in a way. But if you put in headphones, that's going to make it sound like you were there. And it's really cool. It's really crazy. And you will notice how directional things are. Like you can say, oh, I hear that Reed is now in the living room. And actually now he's a little bit louder because he turned around and he's facing this thing. And, right now he's in my right ear, but as he walks over here to this other side, he's now in my left ear. And, other times too, he's just like, hey, how's it going? he whispers in my ear, you know, and you can hear the clinks of the cleaning and all this kind of stuff. And so that's another way for you to consume the content, is just listen with audio only and have it on, even if it's just in the background. Again, don't worry about absorbing all of this stuff. There's absolutely no way you're going to absorb all of this stuff. I'm trying to teach you guys things that I've learned over decades of my life. Like, you're not going to pick all of this stuff up in one video. But of course, I encourage you to pick up what you can, review our notebooks, our digital notebook, which is linked below, so you can learn more. I've talked about so many things already. I've talked about other creators, other musicians, other movies, other TV shows, and things like that that we like. And we're just getting started. So this is day one. This is where it started. Welcome. For those of you who happen to join live, I'm very glad. For those of you who are watching this later, congrats. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Go check out the link in the description. And if you want to comment or give advice or feedback, or you want to get involved, you want to talk with me, you want to do any of these things, or you just want to tell me you think my beard is ugly, that's fine too. Tell me, although if you're going to tell me it's ugly, tell me what I could do to make it better. Anyways, if you want to do any of that, click the link in the description, and then the link at the top of the page that says, I've got something to say about H4L content. So with all of that, without further ado, I bid you adieu. And that's a fancy way of saying goodbye. So long for now, ta-ta for now. And one of my favorite phrases, because I made it up,